Okay, we need to start, and as the people are coming, they will join us. So, good morning to everyone. Today we have talks from 8:30, as you have seen, until 4 o'clock. After lunch, usually we split into amphitheaters because we have the university networking and the presentations related to the universities to Amphitheatre A. But now we are in Amphitheatre A, and we are going to have the first group of talks. So today we are going to have talks and contributions from Vives regarding artificial intelligence for industry and 4.0. We have talks about citizen science, like how can we engage citizens within our research from Vilnius Tech in Lithuania. Of course, we have a talk related to dietetics technologies from Spain. We have another talk about IT tools for data collection from International Hellenic University. We have a talk related to mindful eating from our colleague from Turkey. Two talks are actually contribution from our colleagues in Turkey. Then we have another contribution from Spain about Food Chem. Then, a scientific talk about how the human body constitution is related with the dietetics. And then in the Amphitheatre E, we have presentation. I will appreciate if you don't talk. We have the presentations of the universities networking about the University of Valladolid, University of Lora in Albania, Klaipėda University in Lithuania, and we have one more contribution of the University of Lodz that they are going to, so we're going to have in the Amphitheatre E regarding university networking for universities. So there is a free evening for you tonight. We are going to renew our date tomorrow with the city walk within Sitia. On Thursday, we have the farewell dinner, and on Friday, the excursion. So if you would like, still there is time to register yourself in the various cultural events. However, yes, do it, by today. And anyhow, tomorrow we are going to update you about any details about the cultural events. And let's start with our colleague Stefan Hasbeslach. Okay, it was challenging for me to pronounce. He's a Dr. Stefan Haslerbach. His background, his PhD is in computer science from the prestigious University Leuven in Belgium. He works as a lecturer in Vives, University of Applied Science in Belgium. We are very happy because always he supports all our international events, either happen in Hania, in Heraklion, or in Sitia. So we are very happy to have Stefan and his colleague together with us in this event. The title of his talk is The Impact of Artificial Intelligence for Industry 4.0. So let's welcome Stefan for his morning contribution, which is very much appreciated. So Stefan, the floor is yours for the next 45 minutes. Okay, so, all right, forward, backwards, laser. Let's stay on the microphone.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I will say something about AI and Industry 4.0, but don't be scared, it won't be a very technical talk. It's more about my impression, my opinion on what challenges are there, and especially the challenges we tackle at our University of Applied Sciences. So I will take a very, very brief moment to introduce Vives, the University of Applied Sciences. I will just state what Industry 4.0 is for me, because it is a very broad application domain. I will just say, okay, for me, this is the challenge and this is what we are going to tackle. I will very briefly introduce AI from my point of view, because there are a lot of definitions out there. I will just give my impression I did my PhD in artificial intelligence, started in 2005, some time ago. A lot of things have happened, and I will give you some small perspective there. And then I will talk about AI, Industry 4.0, and optimization, because we are mainly looking at optimization challenges at Vives University College. So, the University of Applied Sciences is situated in Belgium, in the Dutch-speaking part of Belgium, very complicated country. We have 3 official languages. And my institution is, if I have a pointer somewhere, is like here, just to the south of Bruges. We are a quite large institution. We have 17,000 students, over 900 lecturers, 163 researchers, and so on. And we are located in 5 cities. So this is also very nice. If you want to visit us, depending on what curriculum you are following, you are going to another city. We are here in Kortrijk, and there we have the faculties of the Applied Information Technology, Applied Computer Science faculty, and the Technology and Biotechnology faculty. So I am affiliated with both of those faculties. Closer to the mic. Is this better? Okay, great. We also have healthcare and applied social studies, and in the biotechnology, we also have the nutrition department, which is in our country mainly a bachelor's education. So interesting to know in CTA. Okay, very briefly about who I am, because I have a non-typical job for a university. So I did some fundamental research at my alma mater Leuven, and then I switched to the University of Applied Sciences. And as we discussed briefly yesterday, there is quite a large gap in Belgium, but according to Kostas, it's the same situation in Greece. There is a large gap between the fundamental research going on at the university and the very applied research, mainly with industry at University of Applied Sciences. And we do not know each other very well. So what my goal is, I'm affiliated with both KU Leuven and Vives. My goal is to let those 2 parties talk together to get the fundamental research towards industry in a very fast way. Otherwise, it takes too much time. So this is my main objective. More technical, I have a background in meta-heuristics, in exact and hybrid algorithms to tackle combinatorial optimization problems. I will give some examples today. And I am also a lecturer in artificial intelligence. I teach machine learning, deep learning courses, but also an optimization course. Okay, Industry 4.0. I think everybody is familiar with this figure. This is where we are now. So we had first the mechanization, then the electrification, then the automation of things, and now we are in Industry 4.0, where all the devices, all the machines are connected and have to cooperate and work together. My main interests are not in Industry 4.0, but in Industry 5.0. Because what happens now is we have some automation by connecting devices. It is the digitalization of industry, let's say. We have done that. We are now at the next step where there are 2 keywords, personalization and humanization. And humanization is all about the sustainability issues. If you produce things, it should be done in a human-centered, sustainable way. But for me, with my background in artificial intelligence, the personalization is very, very important. Because the personalization gives an increase in complexity to handle things. And what we see typically is that to get from Industry 4.0 towards 5.0, we are using mainly artificial intelligence techniques to support the increased complexity of the personalization. So for me, AI is just a tool to support further optimization, more complex optimization, to have personalized products, personalized services, and so on. And this personalization is not only important in Industry 4.0, 5.0 in that domain, but in my opinion, in every application domain. Even in nutrition, you want to have a very personalized dietary for people. You can use AI techniques, recommended engines to look for the best diet for some people with some kind of problem. And we are working together with the nutrition department as well. So a lot of what I'm saying today can just be shifted towards the health domain, the nutrition domain, and so on. We have the same kind of problems. And so this is the very nice thing. I had the opportunity to do fundamental research in Leuven. It's like a horizontal domain. And now I'm plugging it in vertical domains like industry. It's only one of them. I do it the same for educational technology, personalization of education. I do the same in healthcare, personalization of trajectories for medicines and so on, diets and so on. So you can apply the fundamental ideas in a lot of application domains. And this is where the interest in business and industry lies, in my opinion, in that crossroads. Okay. One very important concept, if this thing is still working, no, and then I will do it like this. The laser is stuck. Now, okay, great. Thank you, Kostas. So I'm a computer scientist. I don't know how to work with these kinds of things. I'm about the theory and some applications, but okay. One very important concept in Industry 4.0 is the smart factory. So you had industrial lines making some couple of products. If we're going towards the personalization, we need factories that are very agile, that allow for more higher productivity and for a higher sustainability. So the factory should be able to be customized. You have some units working together, and this can change on a daily, maybe hourly basis. So this is a very complex addition. So in smart manufacturing, we have a need for advanced intelligent systems to enable a dynamic response to variable product demand. So this variable product demand is very important for me. The variation is the addition of the complexity that we need to tackle. We need a real-time optimization. You cannot make a planning 1 week beforehand. You need to adapt to sudden changes and so on. So it's a real-time optimization. And it's an optimization through the entire value chain, because not only the optimization needs to be done in the factory, but you also need to get the products that you are producing towards the customer. And it's not a big container like we saw yesterday in the talk of Philip, with all the same cars going to a country. No, it's one specific product that needs to be brought to one specific client. So you cannot hire a container anymore. So the logistics model, the supply chain problem that we have to get the goods, the customized goods towards the customer, is also an added complexity that we need to challenge. And what we cannot do is just call some logistic provider and send one driver to one customer, because it is not very sustainable. We need to bundle the logistic, how do you call it in English? I'm looking for the word. The logistic flows, you have to bundle them in order to lower CO2 and so on. So what we see here is that we have some units, some fixed units, if the pointer is working, okay. So we have here some fixed units. It's making a sub-product, and then we have, for example, robots that need to pick up a product here and that need to bring it to the packaging section in the factory. And you have to imagine that we have not one of those smart robots, we have dozens of them in one factory, and we have to decide in the moment which robot is going to which station to bring a package towards another station. And you have to do this in a smart way so that it doesn't take too much time. So this is again an optimization problem that we have in Industry 4 or 5.0. There are some more challenges. So we have the optimization of the production planning. You cannot plan 1 month beforehand. You have to plan on a daily, hourly basis. There is an increase in complexity in workforce planning. We need the optimal routing of the unmanned trucks and the cobots, like this is a cobot. We need an optimal routing within the factory. Very important, because of the production planning and the workforce planning, we have to know what is coming. So we need some kind of forecast of the demand, which is a very complex problem if you have highly personalized products. And then we need the synchromodal transportation of parts and products throughout the world. I have a slide to say what synchromodal transportation is within the next few minutes. So for me, the AI that I am using is AI to tackle all those kinds of real-world problems. Just to situate my talk. Now I have a small intermezzo just about AI, not specifically for Industry 4.0, but I'm going to say what AI is for me, and that I will do starting with the explanation of the Gartner hype cycle. I think everybody knows this kind of cycle. It's published every year around August. Gartner tries to put all promising new technologies on a graph. For example, generative AI is here on the graph. It's a graph from this August 2023. Generative AI is the ChatGPTs of this world and so on. So it's a very promising technology. And what we see, the life cycle of almost every technology is that it is very promising. So a lot of governments, a lot of businesses, a lot of industries are investing a very large amount of money to build the technology within their products. This is happening now with AI. It's the holy grail to solve every problem in the world, which it is not. And there is a very large, they put the money now into AI programs. In Flanders, we are spending 32 million euros per year only on fundamental artificial intelligence research. So this is quite a huge amount, and I see it everywhere in Europe, Netherlands. It's a multiplier of that number that is spent every year. But what will happen is they will try the AI a lot, and then you have some some gorge of disillusion. The technology is failing in a lot of applications. And then if you have a very good technology, it will survive and it will continue working. This is the normal cycle for emerging technology. And I see a parallel in the AI winters and the AI summers. AI is a kind of old technology. It's young. It's the first time the term has been used is 1955 by John McCartney. And what we have seen, there is always some kind of big hope for the new technology. It's the first AI summer that we had, 1960. Then we have some disillusion. The dream is failing. Then there is a new technology rising. There are new hopes, again an AI winter. And now we are after the second AI winter, we are in the third AI summer. And the third AI summer is all about machine learning and deep learning. My techniques are situated in the second AI summer, just in between winter 1 and winter 2. So the first AI, this thing is doing strange. The first AI summer was all about reasoning, about logic. We are logical beings sometimes, and they wanted to try to mimic the intelligence of people by having logical models. And this failed. The second summer was in expert systems. We had very good programmers. If a task needs to be performed, then there are a lot of rules that you need to take into account, and you will manually program those rules in an intelligent algorithm to tackle a problem. This is the second AI summer, and this is where my optimization field has its origins. Now the third one is about machine learning, deep learning, and so on. We try to learn from experience, and experience for a computer normally has data as its form, but it's not a necessity. You can have some experience that is not data. Okay. And so 3 important events in the last 20 years. This is 1996. It is Kasparov, the chess master. Playing chess was very hard for a computer in the 70s, 80s. Deep Blue, computer of IBM, was the first time that it won from a grandmaster in chess. It's an old technique. It's an optimization problem because it is a search tree. If you have one piece of chess that you put forward, the first move, you have 16 possible combinations. Each pawn you can set it 1 or 2 positions in front, and then your opponent has 16 as well. And what is the complexity here is the branch of the tree. Okay, so you have the first player on top, the second layer is the move of the adversary, and so on. And if you have a very large, very big tree, then it is very hard to search in the tree for an optimal path towards the solution. So this was the complexity in 70s, 80s. Nowadays, the memory of the devices has changed. We can put a very large part of the search tree into memory. A normal chess player can think 7 moves in front. Well, if you can have a larger part than 7 moves in front in memory in your device, then it's quite impossible for humans to beat the computer in chess. And then your question can be, but I have on my cell phone, I have a chess application and I'm able to win. It's because the computer is making mistakes to help you. And you can set the level. If you set it on easy, the computer will make stupid mistakes, like a beginning adversary. And if you set it on an expert system, well, the mistakes are not that bad as on the easy level. Second one is Watson, IBM Watson. The This was a very hard game to play. A lot of artificial intelligence techniques has been tested in games. This is a very hard game to play because normally in a quiz you ask a question and you have to give the answer. This is the other way around. You give a description of an object, of a situation, like this is a device, it has a flat surface, you can put stuff on it, you can eat using the device, you can write using the device, etc., etc., etc. Then the goal is to look for what is a table. So you have to find the question matching the description. And this is a very hard thing for computers because it requires some knowledge. What they did in that times is they downloaded the entire Wikipedia. It was 4 terabytes, it was 2010, something like that. And they had some way to intelligently search within Wikipedia. It's more or less, it's not the same technology as the ChatGPT, but it has the same goal. You can process language and so on. And the third one is the deep learning and the Go. It's the neural networks. Do you know the game of Go? It's a quite popular but very difficult game. The number of board situations that you have there, I cannot express the number because it is more than the number of atoms that there are in the Earth. So it's a very, very big number of possible situations. So for a computer, it's impossible to enumerate all those kinds of board situations, because that was what they did in the chess situation. And so here, the neural network learned by experience. It's deep reinforcement learning. It's in 2016 that the AlphaGo from Google DeepMind, that they won from Lee Sedol. He just quit with playing Go. Okay. And the last milestone that we have in this AI summer now is ChatGPT. This is deep learning based. It's a new architecture. It uses transformers. But what I just want to emphasize today, very briefly, is that it is a language model. So it doesn't know anything. It just knows, it's just predicting the probability that the next word after some word is bottle, for example. But because it has seen a lot of texts that have knowledge in them, that have logic in them, it simulates intelligence, language, reasoning, and so on. But it has a lot of flaws, like bias, racism, wrong answers, and the very funny thing for me as an AI scientist is they are solving it like they did in the second AI summer. They are creating an expert system. So there is some output, and they are just putting some rules. Okay, if this is the answer, or if the answer contains this word, reject the answer and generate a new one. So this is a degradation of the intelligence. And it has no logic. It seems to have logic. And there is a little riddle there. It's about the fox, the goose, and the grain to get it across the river with the boat. You have a lot of varieties on there. It is able to solve this kind of riddles just because the solution is anywhere on the internet. This is just mimicking the solution. The logic that it has, this model, is the same logic that they had in the first AI summer. It's just first order proposition logic for people that know logic. And this is not the human logic that we have. Okay. Very briefly about intelligence, because it is artificial intelligence, and this is my personal opinion. I would like to discuss these kinds of things in a broader perspective. But if we say that some kind of software is an artificial intelligence software, we should think about intelligence. So we should have some kind of feeling when we should consider a program intelligence. For me, a program is intelligent if some activity that humans perform, if that requires intelligence, yeah, then the program might be intelligent. And what I just did is I just tricked you now, because this is a very bad, very bad definition. And so the normal definition of an artificial intelligence thing is, okay, you have a task. The task requires intelligence for humans to solve the task. If the computer is able to do the same task and it has the same performance, then it is an AI system. It sounds like a very logical definition. It has once been in the Encyclopedia Britannica, so it was very widely used, but I do not agree to this. I have one example. If you look at that calculation, the multiplication there, and if I ask to Kostas, what is the answer? And out of his head, he is saying, okay, this is blah, 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 blah. Most of the people will say Kostas is intelligent because he is able to do the multiplication by head. I'm asking you. No. So, for humans, being able to solve this requires intelligence. A computer can solve this. So every calculator that you have, which is not a computer, using the definition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, is an artificial intelligence device, which is nonsense. This is really nonsense. Because you need to look at the situation. Yeah? A much better definition is we have an AI system. If we have a system that is able to perform equally well or maybe better than that of humans at the moment, and that's it. Because a calculator in 1900s, there were calculators already there. Those were quite some intelligent systems. An AI system to solve the chess problem in the 70s, 80s, yeah, it was a very difficult problem for a computer. Humans were better at the task, and they were able to have a similar performance. It was an AI system. But now, for me, nowadays, the Deep Blue system is not an artificial intelligence system anymore. Because now we have devices designed to do the task, and they outperform humans at all times. And then it's not an AI anymore for me. So this momentarily thing about the definition is very important. Okay. And then a last philosophical thing before I go to the applications is, will computers overrule us? 5 minutes? 10, okay. Okay. I will speed things up. The philosophical things, just ask me afterwards. I will just give you one argument why computers will not outperform us. Most of the things, like ChatGPT, they say ChatGPT will overrule people. It is deep learning. Deep learning, in my opinion, will not overrule us because this is a mathematical model of intelligence that we had in 1943. So the mathematical model of the neuron, the mathematical model that is simulating our brain, like they said, it's not simulating our brain, is based on neurosciences from 1943. So it will not work. The applications. What is AI for me? One application that I have is the employee rostering problem. This is what I did my PhD in, and actually I did it in health. I did it in nurse rostering. So making working rosters for nurses is a very complicated thing. You have to assign shifts to nurses. Somebody has to work the morning shift, the evening shift, and you have to tackle a lot of constraints, and you need to find a good combination here. What is happening here is that the number of combination is huge. So for one very small problem, like 4 shifts that you need to schedule on 10 possible for 10 possible employees for 7 days, then you see the number of possible rosters down there. So for a computer, the only thing that a computer can do is to enumerate all the rosters and look what the best roster is. And this is impossible to do you can do this, but it takes years. What we need is smart algorithms to do this kind of task, not in years, but in minutes, maybe hours, depending on the task. If you have a very flexible roster that you need to change it within the hour, you need an algorithm to do this in 5 minutes. When it is a roster for the next day, you have half a day. The amount of time a typical head nurse is spending on rostering is 1 week. They do it in 1 week, and they have a roster for 1 month. What we are able to do is we let the computer calculate for 1 day, and we have the roster for 1 month. So we have a very important thing there. The head nurse doesn't have to roster for 5 days. She can do it in 1 day, and she has 4 days to take care of patients and things like that. So it's a very important problem. We have the same in Industry 4.0, where you need working rosters for the operators of the machines. Second problem that we tackle is the physical internet. What is the physical internet? It's another kind of way of thinking about logistics. Now, when you send a package, it's going to one logistics service provider, and that logistics service provider, like DHL or UPS, is getting it at your home. What we want to do is do the same like we do with emails. If I'm sending an email, I'm just pushing it to my provider, and I don't care what provider the other my recipient is using. It's just going into a network, and we do not care about the way it is traveling. With logistics, it will be the same. We will have hubs everywhere in the world. We will push our package into the system, and then we need to choose which trajectory that the package needs to take into the network. And it will be a combination of railway, waterway, and transportation by road. To decrease CO2, we have to get rid of transportation by road as much as possible. So we are creating algorithms to support this. The domain is called combinatorial optimization. That's why I am an expert in. So if you have a problem with a numerous number of combinations, well, my algorithms can solve you within some hours. I will skip the details about the algorithms. I had an example, but it is not, I don't have time. I just want to have 1 more minute for this last slide. More applications and techniques that we have in-house at KU Leuven and at Vives. So in industry, we have things like early detection of wear in a machine. It's survival analysis. We are experts in survival analysis. The same you can do with kidney failure. We are in a project with hospitals. We have data from ICU because we know that more of half of the patients that stayed at our ICU are developing kidney problems within the first 3 years after discharge. Problem is, we do not have sufficient kind of nephrologists, kidney specialists, to follow up all of the patients. So after discharge, we need to know what person that should go to the specialists every week, every 6 months, and other person just can't skip this. So the same technique, survival analysis, we can use it in early wear detection or in kidney failure. AI in education, we are especially we especially care about dropout. We want to know when students are possibly going to fail. So we have some systems to detect dropout based on Moodle data. And the very special thing there is that we are not using a lot of data. We are losing a little bit of data. Optimization techniques, we do not need any data. And then AI in news, we have recommendation engines, but recommendation engines are very, they are not good because you can get into a filter bubble. If you are reading the newspaper and you are browsing yourself, you are exposed to a diversity of news. If you are reading Facebook posts, then you are getting into a filter bubble, and then you can get into some extreme thoughts and things like that. So we need the recommendation engines to escape the filter bubble. We use the same recommending systems to link an operator towards a machine, because an experienced operator can operate the machine a little bit longer before some part needs to be exchanged. An inexperienced operator will break the machine immediately. And so looking for the best combination of operator and machine is also a kind of recommendation systems that we are making at Vives. Okay. Time for questions.
Hello.
Hey.
You said about intelligence.
Yes.
You know, and I think, you know, there was a scientist, American psychologist, Howard Gardner, and he developed that we've got 8 types of intelligence, you know? So, he distinguished a logical mathematical intelligence, so that's the AI intelligence.
That's one part of the AI intelligence.
Yeah, linguistics, so ChatGPT has it, I guess. But also there are natural, musical, kinesthetic, motor, and interpersonal and intrapersonal. So do you think AI will be able to have them all in the future?
In this moment, with the techniques and the models we have, no.
Okay.
And that's why I'm not into kind of doom thinking that the computer will eat us within 20 years. Because I had one slide, I did not show it today, but I stole it from a professor of mine. He showed it to me in 2002. It's my first time that I was stepping into artificial intelligence, and then they said, okay, AI will overrule us within 20 years. I'm still using the same slide. Most people say, okay, AI will overrule us in 20 years. Some doom thinkers say, okay, it will happen in 5 years. But because we are not reproducing we are not reproducing intelligence, we are just simulating effects of human intelligence. And all the models that we have is simulation.
So
and that's why I think, personally, it's my opinion, some people do not agree, that the current systems are not able to cover all types of intelligence of people.
So Sarah Connor from Terminator wasn't right. We are safe.
No, he was afraid.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is a lot of discussion around this. Maybe we will have more chance this week. But definitely, again, it depends on your definition of intelligence, because when we talk about creativity, and if creativity is intelligence, and we have generative AI now, and generative AI does things that go on the border of certain intelligence and certain creativity, so I agree with you that we will not be replaced by robots, and you know, an AI expert, but yes, we will be replaced by AI expert, meaning not the machine, but the experts that know how to handle the machines. So yes, it is intelligent in some way. And another thing that I want to say is my definition of AI is a little different than yours, and this is because we cannot say AI. AI is like to say the universe,
It's a very
and
broad
it's
field.
separated to so many things. Some of them happen, some of them will not happen, some of them will happen soon. So we need to be really more precise when we talk about this definition. And it's one area which includes, I don't know, 100,000 of things. So we need to be really more precise when we make the definitions, and that creates a difference.
And I totally agree, because what I see is that the last 5 years, a lot of people degrade the definition of AI as learning and handling from data. And this is again a tunnel vision. It's a very narrow definition. We should look, like you said, at the bigger picture.
You see advertisement on the TV saying, yes, we are insurance company and we do artificial intelligence. We are, I don't know, clothing company and we do artificial, and the word is being used really loosely. And
It's a marketing term now.
No, I understand, but we have a responsibility. We are not marketing, we are scientists.
We are the scientists.
So we have a responsibility, at least to ourselves, to define it in a more scientific way, and to share the knowledge with others, and surely with our students, how they should look at it. So yes, it's definitely very hot. You are 2005. I finished my PhD in artificial intelligence in 1994.
Okay.
And so it only shows you that it exists many years, and still it goes on and on and on. So thank you.
I agree.
Thank you for the presentation. In continuation now that what Nava has mentioned, I would like to make you a question to both of you. So, you know, there is a very nice book by Kissinger about the AI. So one of the questions of the Kissinger and his team is asking, after, you know, the first experiments that the artificial intelligence, the first result of the artificial intelligence, let's start with the experiment in MIT that proposed a drug that the humans, the specialists, they can never thought that, you know, this combination of materials can lead to this drug. They have another question, and now I'm asking why we should trust the creativity, or what are the processes in order to trust the creativity of the generative AI. And the question of the Kissinger went to the US Air Force. So the AI proposed to the fighter pilots of F-35 some dogfight maneuvers that the pilots, you know, they don't accept. You know, based on what they have learned, you know, they cannot follow these maneuvers during a dogfight, even though that AI suggests these maneuvers. The same happened with the MIT experiment. The AI proposed this drug, but, you know, they build it, the pharmaceutical companies, but they don't dare to try it. So I would like to ask you, we trust technology because we are part of it, but how can we trust, and what are the processes in order to trust what, you know, AI suggests? This is my question.
No.
I don't know, I mean, you can say. Okay, so...
I will start my second talk now. It's a very... We do not have a framework to think about this kind of things. European Union is trying to set things...
The impact, there is no...
We need a framework, and it depends on the kind of the application. A new medicine can do very harmful thing, and it's a very critical application. So in a very critical application, in my opinion, you need to be very careful to accept the outcome of AI. In a non-critical thing, like Netflix, which is just recommending another movie, I don't care how the AI makes the decision. So depending on the level of how critical the application is, you need a different kind of AI. And at the most critical level, you need something like interpretable and explainable AI. interpretable because the engineer needs to know what is happening, and explainable because the doctor needs to explain how the AI made a decision for your treatment. And so it's a different kind of thing. The thing is, we have the technology before the framework of reasoning. So we have to, that's why a lot of people say, slow down a little bit, wait for the I do not agree, wait for the framework, and then let's see what the technology do. My opinion is, okay, no, we have to go straight forward with the technology, but we should organize the experiments in a more human level way. What they did with ChatGPT is horrible. If you test a new medicine, you start with 10 people, then 1,000 people, and then 1 million people. With ChatGPT, they said, okay, here is the technology, let's see what happens. And so this is a very...
Absolutely. No, I agree with you, and this is why in the European Act 1, they say that we divide the applications into very risky, less risk, and no risk. So if you talk about F35, of course this is very high risk. I just want to say in parentheses, Kostas, that humans also make bad choices. So, okay, so you know, so we don't know. One more thing, and because you asked, so this is one thing, and I want to talk about regulation. Because see, after 25 years of internet, we still don't have regulation. So will we be clever now to make regulation at the beginning of the technology, or again after 20 years to go back and do regulation? So this is something we need to think about, but it's not the interest of the industry, and this is why they did the ChatGPT. It was there is a business interest here, so they don't care about regulation and stuff like that. So there is agenda, there are forces, there are a lot of factors here, and this is why there will always be, there will always be this fight between, it's not even right and wrong, it's just between different agendas. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. I think that we can have a whole afternoon discussing about this. On the 13th of October, we organize a round table I will share with you with experts in AI in education, in higher education. So it's going to be a round table. You know, we have invited 5 or 6 people. Some of them they are from Israel, in order to discuss. In order to celebrate the Erasmus Days 2023, I will share with you the link in order to participate and ask the questions to these people. So thank you very much for this very nice and inspiring presentation. Thank you. Let's move now to our next speaker that comes from the Vilnius Tech University in Lithuania. She has contributed to our activities a lot. Let me, her name is, she's the Associate Professor Monica Masiuliene. She's going to speak to us about citizen science and how we can engage communities into our research. This is very much related to what we discussed before, because artificial intelligence needs data somehow in order to do machine learning. I don't know, you will tell us more.
Okay.
So the floor is yours for the next 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? It's a bit frightening to come here after such a heated discussion. So hopefully the talk I will give will also lead to an insightful discussion. So as I was introduced, my name is Monica Masiuliene. I'm coming from Vilnius Tech University in Vilnius, Lithuania. I traveled here because I wanted to have a lot of sun, but it's sunny in Vilnius too, so the joke is on me. At Vilnius Tech, I'm head of Citizen Science Hub, and also I'm the head of National Citizen Science Association in Lithuania. Within Vilnius Tech, we lead a number of projects related to open science and citizen science and public engagement into scientific research. We are lucky to coordinate few of large-scale projects such as CLIMAS, And in today's talk, I will present the concept of citizen science, what it is, how it can be applied, how it could be useful, and what are the drawbacks of this particular concept. And tomorrow, we'll have two-part workshop on citizen science application. So those who will be interested after this talk can join the workshop and learn about how to apply citizen science, how it works in a bit more in-depth way. So let's start with a definition. First of all, there are a lot of definitions of citizen science because the field is growing and evolving, and it's a kind of a new definition in the field of research. However, in the most basic sense, citizen science can be defined as when the public voluntarily helps to conduct scientific research. If we look at the whole research process, there are a number of ways where citizens can provide their input and where their input could be valuable. So, for example, they can be helpful in defining the research ideas, and this is particularly relevant in smaller communities where the scientists do not know the problems of the citizens that well. So by including the citizens, the problems that the researchers are focusing on could be more relevant and applicable on a practical scale. Citizens also can help fund the research if the funding from national or international institutions are unavailable, and there are multiple of crowdfunding platforms that could help achieve this goal. However, in most cases, if we look at the citizen science approach, happen when citizens help the scientists to collect large amount of data and analyze large amounts of data. So citizens in this regard, with the help of technologies, for example, their smartphones, can help citizens to collect the necessary data based on the methodologies prepared by the scientists. This is especially relevant because the scientists do not have all the resources in the world to collect the large amount of data that is needed. For example, they cannot track all the birds in the world, they cannot track all the stars, they cannot track all the animals migrating, and so on. So citizens in this regard can be helpful with providing the hands and the resources that the scientists and researchers might need. Although the concept of citizen science is not a concept, but the definition is quite new and came into play in the 90s, first of all in the United States, but then also in the European Union and the European context. However, citizens were always part of a scientific process. So if we look at the ancient and medieval times, there were a number of citizen or lay people activities which were aimed to understand the world around them. So citizens and lay people looked at the stars and tracked them. They looked at how the world changes around them and tried to understand why it is happening and how to change it, how to influence that, and how the environment influences the citizens themselves. So I added an example from Babylonian culture, but also in Greece, looking at the environment was also quite an intense effort, and science was not an institution, not understood in the same way. So the citizens were able to do the scientific process without the institutionalization aspect. If we look at the later times, going forward to 18th and 19th centuries, the citizens were particularly interested with the natural history and the development of our species and the humans themselves. So if we look at the prominent figures such as Charles Darwin, they were not scientists in the way that we understand the scientists right now. So they didn't have a degree and did not teach at the institution, but this did not stop him from being curious, being interested tracking the environment around him and also in all the places that he traveled. And this enthusiasm brought a lot of clarity to the way we understand how humans evolved to what we are right now. Moving forward to the 20th century, the focus of citizens shifted because the new technologies came into play, which helped to monitor the environment even on a broader scale. So, for example, with the help of new technologies, the citizens were able to track the meteors and to engage into more in-depth scientific endeavors. Also, with the new technologies, the participatory research methods became much more applied, especially when it came to water quality assessment, biodiversity counts. So again, understanding how our environment works. Especially in the United States, the amateur radio experiments were gaining a lot of prominence, and different people who love technology played around with radios and radio waves to understand how to use it for their own best benefit. If we come to our current times, the citizen science became much more accessible to everyone because of the digital technologies and the internet, which provides connectivity and accessibility to different kinds of data and research practices. So the technologies, and especially the smartphones, allowed for every citizen to be part of scientific process, of course, if he or she wants it. Also, many institutions such as the European Citizen Science Association, EXA, or Citizen Science Association in the United States started to formalize the process of citizen science and put efforts into providing the best practices, training, and different support measures to grow the field and to apply it in different fields. So this is a very short and brief history, and now I want to move into some examples of how citizen science is applied in the real world. So I added here a few examples of large-scale citizen science projects that are happening around the world, and I will lead through these few examples in more detail in upcoming slides. So the first is the iNaturalist. The iNaturalist app, which you can download on your phone at any time, is an app which allows to track and document the biodiversity that is around us. So the app allows for the citizens to capture different plants, but also insects, fungi, birds, reptiles, fishes, and so on that they see in their environment. So, for example, if you are taking a walk in the forest or by the beautiful seaside and you see some animal you never saw before or bird, you can take a picture of it, which immediately provides the citizens with the picture, but also with the geolocation of that particular species, and allows to collect large amounts of data on different species and their traveling around the world. Of course, there are some instructions of how to take the picture, so it could be used for scientific purposes. So this is a necessary step because the process needs to be led by a scientist. So we, as scientists, need to define what kind of data we are looking in particular. So it could be used for fun. If you take a picture, for example, of a bird, it can show what kind of bird this is. So it has an educational purpose, but also a scientific purpose when scientists are defining what kind of information they are looking for. Based on the data that was collected with the iNaturalist platform, there are a number of publications already published. So it's gaining prominence in the field of science, and the data collected by scientists is becoming recognized. Of course, there are many drawbacks. So there are questions of data reliability, and a lot of scientists question if scientists could collect the data of high quality themselves without any supervision of the scientists. However, there are methodologies and tools designed especially to avoid this bias and these mistakes by the citizen. And of course, the scientists themselves can make mistakes while collecting the data, so it does not mean that with proper training and proper preparation, the citizens cannot collect data of high quality. Another example I took because I wanted to showcase that citizen science can be applied not only in natural sciences, but has broader fields of application. So here I took an example of citizen science initiative by Smithsonian Institute in the United States. And they have a number of citizen science projects related to transcribing of materials of different scientists. So for example, here is a project which tries to document and transcribe lab documents of a Harvard Computers team, which was primarily women team, as you can see from the picture, and they did a number of observations and recorded a number of astronomical data, which led to different definitions of how space works and how we understand the astronomy. So how it looks in practice, so we can see a picture of their lab document, and the scientists who lead this transcription project define how to transcribe the document. And if you have some free time and you are interested in astronomy, science, and so on, you can join and transcribe and write down what these women noted down in their lab in Harvard a few hundred years ago. NASA has multiple, maybe more than 20 projects running right now, which aim to include citizens in data analysis efforts. So we all know that NASA collects large amounts of data by sending out satellites and different kinds of devices to the space, which takes pictures and collects other kind of measurements. However, the scientists cannot do all the work alone. Of course, applications such as artificial intelligence can help to analyze large amounts of data. However, some tasks might require a human touch and a human vision and human empathy and social context in order to be analyzed. And one of the most notable achievements of citizen science in relation to the NASA projects was that in 2022, a citizen scientist, so a person like you and me, found an exoplanet which was of the size of Jupiter. And this made the headlines in all the biggest papers, such as Independent, but also New York Times and so on. So this was one of the, probably the biggest success stories of citizen science, of how a scientist, non-scientist who had keen interest in space discovered something of large importance. I cannot talk about all the projects. There are thousands of citizen science projects, but I wanted to showcase some biggest ones which already made an impact in different fields through publications or through finding planets, or recognizing the work of famous scientists. So if we look at what kind of value citizen science can bring, there are multiple benefits for different stakeholder groups. If we look at the citizens themselves, this could be a great way to for them to learn and understand the scientific process, how it works, why it is needed, and how we come to the conclusions as scientists. And given the environment that we are living right now, so with disinformation, fake news, a lot of different sources, growing mistrust in science and science institutions, citizen science can be used as a tool to showcase to the general public, and especially young people, and there are multiple of projects for young people in schools, and also in universities, which encourage pupils and students to be part of citizen science projects. So this has enormous potential to showcase that how science is done and to increase the trust in the scientific method. If we look from a perspective of a scientist, this could also bring multiple benefits, including ability to collect larger amounts of data from different places around the world, because a scientist or a team of scientists cannot go everywhere around the world to collect their relevant data. It also gives, resources for the scientists to do other tasks which require less manual work. And also it could lead to more relevant problems, research problems that we're tackling if we include the citizens, these two words are similar, from the beginning of the research process. Giving the benefits, few benefits that I discussed and other benefits that we might touch upon a bit later, citizen and open science is gaining traction and importance in European Union too. So if we look at the European Union R&I framework programs, such as Horizon 2020 and the new program Horizon Europe, the mentions of open and citizen science and the way it is approached is gaining large importance. So if we look to the previous framework program, Horizon 2020, we did saw a number of pilots related to open science and citizen engagement activities, and most of these efforts and piloting activities were implemented under Science with and for the Society program part, which dedicated, I think, around 100 million euro to implementing different projects which pilot citizen engagement, open science, RRI, and different activities which aim to open up the science for the society. After successful application of these pilots, the Horizon Europe, the new framework program, it underlines the importance of openness in science even more. So open science is not only a small part of the program anymore, it's an overarching principle which leads the whole program. However, open science is no longer understood as only open access or freely available research data, freely available databases, and so on. So openness in the narrative of European Union is also changing the meaning. So the openness is also sought through collaboration by expanding the audiences, developing new methods of research organization, and engaging the public in various forms. One of the most notable changes as it relates to public engagement, if you look at the evaluation criteria of different proposals for Horizon Europe, one of the evaluation criteria, excellence, also now includes the element of public engagement. So in addressing the excellence, you also have to mention, if relevant, how you will engage the citizens. And there are a number of guidelines and elements I will discuss a bit more on how European Union is approaching open and citizen science. Why this is important? So most of us write research proposals, participate in a variety of funding opportunities, and understanding how to approach engagement is of particular importance, because what is right now pushed by European Union, it will come to national funding agencies eventually and will have to be considered on a national scale too in upcoming future. If we look at how Horizon Europe is approaching its impact evaluation, we can also see that societal impact and strengthening the uptake of R&I in society is becoming one of the key impact pathways that the European Union is evaluating. So before, if we look at the impact evaluation, the focus was mostly on scientific impact, to some degree economic impact, and now European Union is trying to find ways and methodologies and to define indicators that also track societal impact, including the uptake and engagement of society into R&I. It's not that well defined at this point, and these are the first steps towards that direction. However, this will change, and more attention will be paid to this particular field. If we look at what the the European Commission is doing in terms of citizen science, there are a number of different exercises, but also resources prepared with the help of European Commission. So one of the large-scale exercise which happened just recently, and the results of it were published at the beginning of this year in February, was a mutual learning exercise on citizen science initiatives and its implications to the policy and practice. And a number of countries, including Norway, France, Italy, Slovenia, Hungary, and so on, participated in this exercise and tried to pinpoint the best practice examples of how to approach and implement citizen science in different levels of R&I policy making. So not only on the European scale, but also in on the national scale. Another significant resource in this regard is a publication by European Research Council, which is the jewel crown of all the European funding, and only a small number of researchers getting these kind of grants. So they provided an overview of how citizen science is applied in frontier research and how the scientists of highest quality in Europe are using citizen science in their projects. So this could be a valuable resource, a starting point for you to look up how leading researchers are using citizen science in their research. Another important opportunity that is created by European Commission is Impetus project, which is running its second year right now. And why I'm mentioning this particular project, because if you are interested in running a citizen science project at your institution and don't know how to do it and don't have the funds for it, Impetus project is particularly designed to address these problems. So they are providing grants to third parties, so any universities, initiatives, and so on, up to 60,000 euros to run a citizen science project. What they are also doing, and what is important, they are also providing support, mentoring, and training for those initiatives. So if you have a good idea and want to include citizens, but don't know how to do it, they can also provide the training. So this is the project funded by EU, which distributes the funds to third parties and allows them to create a citizen science project of their own. And this is especially relevant because citizen science, as any other scientific method, requires resources, time, careful planning, and so on. So having the funding for that is of key importance. Since I'm coming from Lithuania and we conducted a number of research studies related to citizen science and open science in our local context, I want to introduce some elements of how the field is developing in our country. And it is important to know that the same narratives are also apparent in other countries too. So citizen science is maybe a bit more established in countries like Netherlands and also UK, but still it needs a lot of development and support in other countries, and the problems are kind of the same around the Europe and even around the world. So if we look at the public policy debates and legislation that is related to R&I, the citizen science and open science in Lithuania is not mentioned that much. We do have open access guidelines defined. However, open science as an approach is not mentioned that much. We do have some notable examples in the region. For example, our neighbor Latvia defined open science principles and guidelines for their researchers and broader community in 2022. And more countries around Europe are trying to define it in their own context and to showcase the importance for the research community of why open science needs to be addressed in their research in order to showcase the strengths of these particular concepts. Despite the lack of the funding and also policy support, there are a number of initiatives in Lithuania by individual scientists, librarians, university administration, and citizens themselves to develop citizen science projects. So I will not go into details of what kind of projects exist, but there are some small-scale trials aiming to include the citizens in scientific process. Together with our partners in Greece, Lithuania, Netherlands, and Spain, in the context of Incentive project, which is finishing this year, we conducted a large-scale survey which tried to understand how the different quadruple helix stakeholders understand citizen science and related concepts. So the total sample was around 2,000 people around Europe in these four countries, representing industry, public administration, academia, and civil society. So we do see that in Lithuania and in other countries too, Netherlands, the people are not really familiar or only slightly familiar with what citizen science is. However, if we ask them later in the questionnaire if they would be willing to join citizen science after explaining what it is, most of the people in different stakeholder groups were keen to be involved in scientific research and to be part of scientific process. So there is potential, and people in general are interested in science. And if you look at different studies that are done on European level, for example, there was a recent Eurobarometer study conducted in 2021, I think, which showed that around Europe, most of the citizens are willing to be part of science, more. So in the context of this gap that existed, me together with our colleagues at Kaunas Technology University, we created a Citizen Science Association in 2020, which aimed to bring together people which believe in the ideas of open science and citizen science, and to write project proposals together, to conduct studies together, and to move the field forward in the country. I talked only about the benefits and good stuff that is related to citizen science. However, there are a number of barriers which stop the existing R&I ecosystems and structures from allowing citizens to be part of scientific research. So, like I said, these studies are focused mostly on Lithuania, but the barriers are very similar around Europe. So first of all, we do have a very fragmented understanding of what citizen science and open science is. So we do our best as promoters of citizen science to go around conferences like this, to talk with researchers and from different thematic areas to introduce this concept. However, if I say citizen science, most of the people don't really know what it is. We do have very limited institutional support, which helps the researchers to engage the public. Like I said, every engagement effort requires preparations, resources, knowledge, and different kind of support, and this is largely missing in Lithuania and also in the region. So the scientists are asked to do 100 different things, and if we put public engagement on them too, they will totally say no, because they have other things to do, to write publications, to go to conferences, and so on. So citizen science has to have a dedicated place, support, and so on in the whole institution. We do see everywhere around Europe, which is changing a bit, and the European Commission is putting efforts to change that the evaluation of academic work is focused on articles in high-impact journals and not the open science-related activities. So if you engage public, there's limited reward for you from the institution and limited impact on your career because what counts is the number of publications and not how many people you invited or engaged into your scientific process. There's also a limited understanding among different stakeholders groups of how to actually do citizen science. So like I said, it requires specific tools, but also methodologies, resources, and so on. And the design, implementation, and management of citizen science is a separate methodology which requires training, and this is largely missing currently. Another drawback is limited skills in communication and science outreach. So mostly as scientists, we talk with other scientists and not with the public. I'm almost finished. And the skills of how to do science communication are not developed. I know that some countries are more developed in this regard, but especially in Lithuania, we do not have the training, for example, for PhD students or postdocs on how to talk with the public, how to write in a way that the lay people understand, how to go beyond your bubble of academics and talk about research in an understandable way. And the last point is lack of cooperation between different stakeholder groups. So academic world is defined by competition and not collaboration. So I don't know, maybe other countries are a bit different, but I have the feeling that we are all similar in that regard. So most of the national institutions compete for funding, compete for students, compete for resources, and it makes it hard to open up the walls and to cooperate towards a common goal. However, there are some ways, of course, that we can move forward. If the national institutions, because of the push from the European Commission, will develop governance of open science and also provide funding for open and citizen science activities, this will allow for the scientists to have some trust in this specific methodology and allow them to have time in their day to dedicate some efforts to engaging the citizens. Since I don't have any more time left, or almost no time left, I want to go through some resources that would be useful if you got interested in this specific topic, because of course I did not cover it all. So where and how to start? There are a number of platforms funded by both the European Commission and also other international funding bodies, such as EU Citizen Science, which is the European platform which aims to collect all the resources, training, and projects that are happening in Europe related to citizen science. So this is the place to start if you are based in Europe. On more international scale and a more US-based project is Keystarter, which collects also different projects of citizen science and also provides a number of different tools which you could use and adapt in your specific context. Another example is Zooniverse, which also hosts a number of citizen science projects in different fields. So if you are looking for inspiration, this is a good place to start to see what others are doing. So I have the picture, this. So instead of a conclusion, I added a nice quote from the theory of collective intelligence, which kind of serves as a basis for citizen science and including stakeholders into scientific research. It says, no one knows everything, everyone knows something, all knowledge resides in humanity. So by including the citizens and opening up our walls, we can access the knowledge that resides in them. Thank you so much. Hopefully you will have some questions and hopefully I can answer them too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica, for this very nice presentation. I have some questions. Sure. Let me identify them. Just first, one of my questions, but I think that you have already answered, is like, I would like to ask you how we can engage the universities, not only in research, but in all missions of a university through the citizen science. But you mentioned about an opportunity that we can share our ideas with the Impetus project. Am I right?
I'm sorry, I could not
So I would like to ask you, what are the best way in order to engage citizen science in all universities' missions? Not only research, education,
and all the missions.
Okay, what is your answer on this?
Yeah, it's a broad-ranging answer, but the first way to go is to connect with other people who already are doing some citizen science engagement activities, because there are a lot of resources and know-how already residing in European Union, which was funded by European Commission too. So connecting to others and learning how to, I think it's the best way to go instead of learning yourself of how to do it. And in general, the citizen science community is very open and collaborative. And if you go to EXA or use citizen science and ask for help and training and so on, you will definitely find it and definitely find a way to move things forward. I don't think that citizen science or citizen engagement should be present in all scientific activities. Some might not require citizen engagement because of the topic or the way it is designed. However, it should be considered as another method which has multiple benefits.
And this comes to my second question, is like, I mean, in order to communicate, I mean, from these people you are going to learn processes or tools that you can engage the society.
Yeah.
However, it's like to make a presentation, it's different to make a presentation in a scientific topic, and it's different to make the same presentation regarding the same scientific topic using popular science.
Yeah.
So how do you train your researchers, your academics, in order to approach and motivate the citizens in order to get engaged?
I think that what is more needed is not to train, but to have the support on how to translate. So, for example, if you...
But in order to translate, you should have a feedback. My question
Yeah,
is like, how do you get this feedback?
About the feedback. So I will finish this and then answer. So if you look at the leading organizations here in European Union, like CERN in Switzerland, they do have dedicated science communication people which help the scientists to translate those messages. So the scientist is a scientist. He cannot become a communicator. Some have the gift of talking, but maybe it's not his passion. And a lot of us are, introverts, which want to sit in the lab and do their thing. So I think instead of pushing everyone to talk, which, goes against the way a person feels, I think dedicated support has to be created at institutions which help to translate those messages. And of course, feedback is an essential part of that. So if a science communicator talks with people, gets their feedback, it can help to process that information in a more understandable way. But I just want to underline that the scientist cannot do it all. We can either be a communicator, a scientist, a lecturer, and not everything can be combined. And I just don't want to put a lot of pressure on scientists that you also have to, well, not in addition to all the activities that you do, also now do citizen science and citizen engagement. This is not possible because this requires a lot of planning and resources, and this has to be provided by institutions or, national funding.
I disagree with you, but this is something that we can discuss later.
Okay, that's fine.
And you mentioned at the end that open science publications contradict somehow the high impact publications. I mean, so the scientists, they have the priority in order to publish in high impact factor journals, and then this comes against the open science. You make a comment, but however, even there is a process in order, a journal to receive the impact factor, which takes, usually 5 years and depends on the citations that its publication receives. But also we have seen the tendency of very famous journals like, Nature, through the Nature Communication, or Science, that they introduce the open science through their publication. So I would like to a little bit.
What I meant in that regard, that the focus is on publications, and so the impact is understood through publications, but not through how many people you engage. So if you compare like that, the publication will be read by 3,000 people if you are lucky, if you publish in a high impact, high well-known journal. But if, for example, I create a citizen science project with 10,000 people involved, and then, you know, I teach them about the subject, I collect large amounts of data, and how this is recognized in the university. There's no recognition on that. So I'm just I just want to showcase that there is no way to recognize, or if, for example, I go and engage the community and solve a very relevant problem for them, but I don't have a publication out of it. So how this is recognized? There is no way in most of the universities of how not the publications, but the engagement with the public is approached.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you for this nice talk. Actually, I have never heard of this topic before.
Perfect, that's my goal.
Actually, so although you mentioned so many benefits from the whole story, would you please summarize in 2 sentences what are the main benefits of citizen science nowadays? We have so many scientific fields, we have so many researchers. Where can citizen science give some input in the science?
In particular
because
fields?
Historically, I do understand it, because it's not organized. The science is not organized, so I can see the input. But nowadays, it's not clear to me where citizen science fits.
Okay, so for example, tracking of biodiversity and how species evolve. So the citizens are helping for scientists to collect data on what kind of species there are around the world and how they are migrating and how they are disappearing and so on. So scientists cannot go to all the places. So this is one of the one example that comes to mind. And I think another important benefit, and it is, I think, hard for the scientists to accept that, and I get a lot of backlash when I say that. I think citizen science and open science is a way for science to keep existing, because if we do not show to the general public what is the value of science, eventually, you know, we will get less and less funding. So citizen science and open science is also, you know, a way of European Commission to showcase that science is relevant, science is needed. Come and support us, understand what we are doing. So it is also like a PR campaign for science, because it showcases that, you know, we are not just sitting in the lab and doing whatever. We collect data, analyze it, and make conclusions based on that. Come and see it yourselves. So I think this is another big benefit, which is not very nice to hear for us, because most of us believe, you know, in scientific ideas and that the science is necessary, but science depends on public funding. So, like I said, it's a kind of a PR campaign, marketing campaign. Yeah.
But also, beyond the funding, it's the relevance of the universities within the society. I mean, universities, they have a lot of missions. One of the missions is, of course, to drive the innovation or drive, you know, the fundamental science. Then, in order to have an impact to the society, because we should give back who is funding, independent if it's like a private or a public fund. It's like what education do we offer, so our curricula should be relevant to the market needs, but also to the universities to contribute to the global challenges. So the citizens, what the citizens they want, or how the citizens perceive what we are doing is very important, independent of the funding.
Yeah. It would be easier not to do it.
Money makes life easier, but sometimes money is not. Money talks. Let's, you know, conclude like this.
Okay, so thank you so much. Like I mentioned,
No.
I
This
know.
is like to conclude. What did I say?
Okay,
Probably they have
I
other
thought I
questions.
should make a conclusion and go.
Do we have any other questions? If this is the case, let's thanks again.
Then I can do my conclusion. Thank you. Yeah, so I just want to remind that tomorrow we'll have a workshop on citizen
Yes,
science, and
tomorrow
we
we are
will
going to-
do an exercise of reverse engineering few of citizen science projects in order for you to learn how they work. So this will be the goal of it. Thank you.
So before we start with our next presentation, just a very quick announcement regarding a change in tomorrow's schedule for the cultural event. So tomorrow we have the CITIA walking tours at 6 o'clock. So this is going to happen at 5:30, half an hour earlier than the scheduled time. It's expected to last for about an hour and a half. And there is no standard fee for this one, so you can contribute whatever you like after the completion of this event. Okay, so feel free to spread the news with other attendees or colleagues who are not with us today. The meeting point is the same, is the square where we usually meet. So it's going to be 5:30 tomorrow instead of 6. Okay. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce the next speaker for this morning session. Our next speaker is Christopher Papandreou. At the moment, he's currently a senior researcher in Spain at the Institute of Health, Pere Virgili. Is that correct? Yes? Okay. He has a long experience in epidemiological, clinical, and pharmacological studies, where he's trying to identify links between diet, metabolites, microbial metabolites as well, and non-communicable diseases such as cancer, cardiovascular disease, dementia. And today, he will give us a presentation on metabolic signatures of adherence to the Mediterranean diet. So, Christopher, the floor is all yours. You have about 35 minutes, and please allow us another 10 minutes for questions or discussion after your talk.
Thanks, Vasilis, for the kind introduction. Just to ask you, is there any PowerPoint? I may use it.
Yes, of course.
Sorry, I couldn't.
The pointer, right?
Point, sorry.
That's pointer.
Ah, it's here. Okay.
So you can point with this one, you can change slides with...
Fantastic.
Okay.
Okay, maybe later. Okay, good morning to all. It's a great pleasure to be here in CITIA, especially in the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, from which I graduated many years ago, and I also lecture. In February, I will be lecturing again. So, it's also a great pleasure to combine for this presentation the experience I got from the last 7 years in Spain in relation to the use of omics data in order to identify biomarkers of dietary exposure, as well as to understand the link between the exposure, that is diet, and the outcome, that is different phenotypes. Could be clinical outcomes like, as Vasilis said, chronic diseases. And also, with the hope, these omic-derived biomarkers to be used in order to, let's say, make a chip, or maybe make, in combination with some other characteristics of the individuals, and using some machine learning, let's say, algorithms, in order to be able to predict diseases. So imagine you are at a clinic, the doctor, let's say the physician, gets all this information, or also the dietitian, and then can put the individual in the right, let's say, diet to follow in order to prevent So we are talking about primary prevention of diseases, or maybe secondary, that already is suffering from diseases, and you want to prevent the progression, okay? So this is a title, Metabolic Signatures of Adherence to the Mediterranean Diet. As far as you know, we have the issue of reliable measuring dietary intake in individuals. We currently use self-report assessment methods like food frequency questionnaires, where you ask the frequency of the consumption of foods during the preceding period. 24-hour recall, okay, putting the people to just record what they ate the previous day, and data records in which they record what they eat. Now, for example, now I want to drink a tea or a coffee, okay, with sugar, so I have to record this. So all this have the problem of are prone to measurement error, recall bias. So this error can induce some, we call it dilution integration bias, when you are assessing association of exposure with the outcome. That's it. For example, you have an individual with overweight, obesity, and will underreport, okay, the data intake. The opposite can happen for another individual who can overreport. But the truth is that the energy intake is lower than probably report. So when you try to associate the dietary intake of these people with some outcomes, you may get attenuated effect sizes. So if you have a cohort study in which you follow the participants during time, you may get relative risks lower than should be, okay? So another issue is compliance in a dietary intervention. So you have an individual following specific food or a specific diet, and you want to reliably assess if they are compliant to this, or to understand how works this intervention, okay, mechanistically. So, for example, recently we finished the recruitment. We are almost 100 participants following at baseline unhealthy diet, okay, and we put them, we randomly allocate them to two intervention groups. One consuming almonds and replace something else, okay, it's ab libidum, the diet, and another one, they follow a controlled diet, so the diet they were following before, plus we give them isocaloric unhealthy snacks, okay? So we want to assess the compliance to the almonds, but also to the unhealthy. So how we can achieve this? It's by assessing the bugs we give them, okay? So if they return back to us after 2 months, that is the duration of this intervention, with empty bags, this means probably they consume. But we are not completely sure. And we want to use some objective biomarkers that, let's say, reflect consumption of almonds. Almonds are rich in antioxidant alpha-tocopherol. So using liquid chromatography, we assess this, and we didn't analyze yet, but we expect to find those consuming almonds to have increased alpha-tocopherol levels in plasma, okay? Biomarkers can have applications, as you can see in this nice graph, that is derived from this, from Laurent Brennan and Frank Hu, in which you can see that it can apply to food intake, but also to dietary patterns. Let's start with the food intake, okay? So what Laurent Brennan from Ireland did with her research group was to take individuals and randomly allocate them to 5 different diets. were 50, okay? And the difference was that they focused on the breakfast. So in the breakfast, they were consuming, let's say, an identical breakfast, but they were reducing during 3 days the consumption of orange juice. So they took also urine samples, okay, in order to assess a potential biomarkers for orange juice intake, that is proline betaine. So so what they observed was that proline betaine were decreasing when the time period passed, okay, these days. And they make this calibration curve, as you can see, okay, which has a very high, let's say, agreement with the actual intake with the predicted decay. They have a very high, 0.92. So they said, okay, this could be a very good potential biomarker. In order to test this further, what they did was to use another population, 500 people, cross-sectionally analyze the association of orange juice intake and whether association orange juice intake with proline betaine. And what they found, that was still the agreement high. So finally, proline betaine, it's a very good indicator of, in general, citrus intake, okay? For dietary patterns, it's more complicated. So a single biomarker is very difficult to represent the complexity of a dietary pattern. So you need a panel of biomarkers that could, let's say, better reflect this dietary intake that consists of different foods, okay? So in this case, metabolomics could be useful because you can measure small molecule metabolites in different biological samples. Also, this approach can help us to understand the link between food intake or dietary intake at the end with phenotypes, okay? This is a very nice slide because what shows us is that metabolomics, so measuring these small molecules, is closer to the phenotype. So the information you get is a result of the interaction of the genome with other factors, okay? So transcriptomics, for example, what it's doing is to, you get the RNA, okay? RNAs, and messenger RNA will be translated in ribosome to proteins, but also you have the small non-coding RNAs that work, function differently, okay? Then you have a proteomics. The proteomics focus on proteins encoded by mRNA, and metabolites finally is a result. And so having metabolites, but also microbiota, that is missing in this slide, and the interaction, imagine, between the microbiota and metabolites, you can have a very good picture of what is going on related to your metabolism. So, methods to analyze metabolites include untargeted and targeted. Untargeted is considered unbiased method because you measure all detectable analytes in biological samples, plasma, urine. For example, most of the feeding trials, like the previous one, use urine samples, fasting on 24 hours, okay? Because especially without acute feeding trials, because are extracted faster, you can see better what's going on. And it's also not so invasive compared to blood, to extract blood, okay? However, in blood you have the advantage that you don't have also to, you get the picture of also non-metabolites, because in urine appear. So you get metabolites, And also you get some lipid-soluble, let's say, metabolites also, that you cannot find in urine. So you have a better picture, let's say. So complementary, both approaches, ideally, could apply, okay? So untargeted, it's in order to generate a hypothesis, because you can find novel biomarkers. So in dietary intervention, let's say, or also epidemiological studies, it's good to have this information. However, the sensitivity and reproducibility is not so high like targeted. Targeted means you have a pre-hypothesis, you target a specific panel of small molecules, metabolites, and now technology has advanced so much. For example, in the place I am, we have a spin-off company that they analyze more than 600 metabolites in plasma or serum, okay? So you cover a wide range of pathways with this even targeted approach, okay? And targeted you can get much more. Here you can see some techniques used in order to analyze metabolites. So on the left side, you can see nuclear magnetic resonance, in which you get information from spinning the, how do you say, the pyrines, nuclear spinning. And you get this, and then you analyze it. And you, as we can see here, for example, in urine, we have creatinine, citrate, and urea. And you can see in the spectrum some peaks you get, okay, reflecting this type of, let's say, molecules you have. And also the area under the curve, it's about the concentration, okay? So the advantage of this approach is that you have a high specificity, reproducibility, is not destructive. However, the sensitivity is a little lower compared to the other approach, that is mass spectrometry. Here it's a liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry technique, okay, in which neutral metabolites are ionized, you get positive, negative, and then the machine start, how do you say, the information based on the mass to charts, okay, to start giving you what is this, what's the other, okay. So the liquid chromatography has the advantage that is very sensitive. So this means you can get a wide range of metabolites. So the diet, when you consume a diet, this can affect your endogenous metabolism, so metabolites that are endogenously produced. And also you can get with a diet some metabolites, okay? This is called food-derived metabolome, okay? And finally, the interaction of these two change, let's say, the levels, let's say, in blood of metabolites. Then using different statistical approaches that maybe I can refer a little later, you can apply at the end. And in nutrition research now we can apply, but maybe in the future this is a scope of doing this. In the society, let's say, to follow the previous talk, how to make it a link. So, as I said at the beginning also, is to use some algorithms in the future and some chips based on chips, and to predict, okay, if this follows this diet or the other, okay, so what can do to modify the levels of these metabolites. Here you can see the workflow of nutrition metabolomics approaches. So we have the data interventions, okay, short-term, acute, short-term, long-term, and we have the observational studies. Most of the observational studies examining the relationship between metabolites and adherence to a specific diet. Yes?
Christopher, there is a laser pointer next to you if you'd like to use it.
Yes, I forgot it. Yes, so the cross-sectional, okay, is here. So this normally most of the studies use to analyze the association between metabolites with scores that are made in order to reflect the adherence to a diet. Can be Mediterranean diet, Can be, for example, we refer later what is this. We have tools that Trichopoul, for example, developed initially. We have from Panagiotakos, and we have the Spanish tool, okay? The MEDAS that I use also in my studies. And also we have other indices, healthy eating index, for example, okay? So the perspective that is here refers to, finally, when you get this profile, this metabolic profile of this, let's say, dietary score, then you take this instrument that you created, this metabolic profile, and you associate prospectively with outcomes. Okay. Yes, the most common biological sample used are blood and urine. Okay. I prefer blood, and if it is to complement, okay, we can use urine. And also now, with the statistical approaches that have advanced a lot, you can also integrate and to create a multi-omic, let's say, based on metabolites signature. So that carry complementary information, okay? Also fecal you can have. So here, most of the statistical approaches like they used before, so as you can see, this was published in 2018, was based on the two-step approach, starting with a principal component analysis, and then moving to a PLSDA, that is partial least square discriminant analysis, okay? The efficiency is okay, but at the end, also some people here working on artificial intelligence know that when you have a data set, you follow different algorithms and to see which one fit better and gives you, let's say, the best performance, okay? If it is continuous, based on lowest root mean square error, if you have a binary outcome based on AUC, if it is cross-sectional, case control, or it's prospective statistic. Then it's very important, like genetics, to do the validation, internal validation, but you are doing at the end this with, I will explain you later how, but also external validation, because maybe this score you develop based on the algorithms you use are perform very well in your, how do you say, in your population, but do not perform well in other population. What you want is to extrapolate. So finally, the application of it to identify biomarkers of data intake. This can be done by, as you can see, discrimination, no consumer, high consumer. For example, you have red wine consumption, okay? You use a cutoff point and you say this is higher consumption of wine, this is lower. So you have also continuous. You can treat also your variable, your outcome as continuous variable, okay? You have more power then. You can provide inside biological mechanisms, we mentioned this before, okay? And also biomarkers for disease. This is important because maybe the metabolite profile you find that they reflect adherence to a specific dietary pattern also could be used as a biomarker for disease. So then you have everything. It's very difficult this. Now, all of you, that's why also you know here in City, Crete was where the Mediterranean diet has origins, so the Cretan diet. Mediterranean diet is well recognized for the health benefits. However, the assessment of this particular diet in epidemiological studies has some limitations, okay, as we mentioned before, because it's based on self-report. So this is challenging, and now what I did was to, when I decided to come here to give this talk, was to search in the PubMed using a combination of the search term Mediterranean diet, metabolites, metabolomics, metabolome, of studies that have focus on the impact of Mediterranean diet on metabolome in adults, okay? So the reference we got was 369. I filter out 98 reviews, narrative or systematic reviews, and then 27 studies in total were related to this, since the conception of this idea, okay, measuring metabolites. And 17 of them were observation studies that they used untargeted, mainly untargeted, and targeted approaches, and also NMR and mass spectrometry. Okay, so most of them, what they found is that the metabolites that they discovered were most related to lipid metabolism. This makes sense because Mediterranean diet is rich in unsaturated fatty acids. Okay? We have also 10 randomized control trials, acute, short, and long term. Okay, long term 1 year. So also these randomized control trials mainly measure metabolites in urine samples. Okay, so now it's very difficult to present all this due to limited time. So I may focus on some from the group I was working and my current group, some studies. Okay, we published. So leveraging data from the PREDIMED study. PREDIMED was a multi-center, let's say, randomized control trial that examined the effect of the Mediterranean diet, either enriched with extra virgin olive oil or nuts, on the prevention of cardiovascular events in a high-risk population. Okay, so they found, yes, that reduced the risk compared to the low-fat diet by 30%. So it worked well. However, what they wanted to do, and when I arrived to Spain, was to examine how this happens. So, what is the mechanism? So we focus on metabolome. Okay, we measure. They have already store plasma samples, okay? They ship them to Boston, where the Broad Institute analyzed 309 plasma metabolites. So what they did was to use PREDIMED as a discovery cohort, and then to replicate the findings to 3 Harvard-related studies, that is the nurse health study and the health professional studies. Okay? So, maybe it's better to say a little more here. So, they use elastic net regression. I will explain a little better later what is doing this. In order to regress the Mediterranean diet score, it's called MEDAS, was developed and validated in Spain, against the 309 metabolites. And finally, they got a metabolic profile, a signature, consisted of 67 metabolites, okay? Mainly lipid species, and followed by amino acids, okay? And in general, this profile was beneficial for the cardiovascular diseases. Then they replicated using the 1-year follow-up data of PREDIMED. Okay, this is called the internal validation, and the external validation, as I said before, the 3 US cohorts. Here you can see something interesting, that there was a substantial variation of the metabolic profile for those reporting the same MEDAS. So this means the score, let's say, was 7, and as you can see here, for example, in this figure, you have the population, okay, in each column. How to say, yes. And you can see this variation. So they try to understand why this happened. So they try to see if in the components, okay, they discuss some components, they score, 14 components, if there are some variations. So there was some variation, but very small. So could not be attributed so much to this. So probably genetics, microbiota, lifestyle factors could play a role on this, okay, for this variation. And also they found that the signature was well correlated with the MEDAS score. So they took the signature, they performed a Pearson correlation, and they found 0.37 in the discovery, 0.31 in the internal validation dataset, and the range in the US was dataset was 0.24 to 0.37. Okay. Now, just here briefly to say that this signature that they created reflect the adherence to this dietary pattern, okay, but also the metabolic response. When you have a self-report instrument that is a MEDAS, what it's doing is to get also the error, the reporting error, okay? The metabolic signature minimizes this error, okay, simply. And of course, as I said before, there are other factors that could affect this metabolic profile, okay, these metabolic responses you get. What are these factors? So, genetic, other lifestyle factors, okay, microbiota, okay, they didn't have this information in this study. Okay, the next, yes? 5 minutes? 5 minutes only? Oh, man. The next step was to try to independently associate the derived metabolic signature with the outcome. The outcome was CVD, the performance of Mendelian randomization analysis, and they found a potential causal relation between the metabolic signature with the CVD risk. So the more increase the score, the decrease the risk for cardiovascular disease. They also confirmed this performing mediation analysis. Okay, you can see here the mediation was high enough. Okay, in Predimed was 37, even higher was in the US studies. Now I'm going to talk, we don't have time, so about the study we performed with ex-master student University of ATHENA, okay, in the Department of Epidemiology. So using data from a Greek cohort, it's called the Epirus Health Study, we try to first to regress the MEDAS. This is a MEDAS, as you can see, consists of these questions that when you answer positively to this question means you consume olive oil, let's say, as main culinary fat, when you cook, when you put the salad, yes, okay, you get 1 point, otherwise you get 0. So the more close to each answer is to each question, the more adhered to the Mediterranean diet you are. I don't go to detail this, forget this. So what we did was to check the distribution of the outcome, because we perform linear regression with elastic net penalties. We check about missing values of the metabolites. So we have to exclude 2 metabolites because they pass the cutoff point of 20%, okay? So it means it's not so reliable. We used elastic net regression approach with splitting the data set to training and validation. In the training, we make the algorithm to learn the data. This is what machine learning, this artificial intelligence, what it's doing, okay? To learn, and then you try to check the performance in the test set, okay, the 10%. So, anyway, I don't go to details, forget this. So we got, at the end, yes, we got this metabolic signature consisting of 42 metabolites. The method was NMR. We use NMR. This NMR methods focus on measure 250 metabolites. So, in general, it was a beneficial metabolic profile characterized by, for example, as you can see here, omega-3 fatty acids, docosahexaenoic, some other that are coming from the fermentation of dietary fibers from microbiota. All this were positively, or the lipoprotein profile was okay, positively with the Mediterranean diet. On the other hand, when you were far from the Mediterranean diet, metabolites like those involved in inflammation, okay, or other lipids involved in atherosclerosis processes were more pronounced. Here you can see, like in the Predimed on the left side, first of all, the Pearson correlation was good enough, 0.35 of the metabolic signature with a MEDAS tool, and also there was substantial variation. What we did thereafter was also to take each metabolite of the metabolic signature and to relate with the components of this MEDAS score. Okay, we found a very good consistency, also based on the literature. So you consume omega-3, for example, glucosehexanoid. This, what you get is correlation, strong correlation with fish intake, seafood intake. Okay. One example. So this means that could be used as potential, of course, biomarkers. There was another task also in this analysis, and we didn't find correlation, association, significant association with cognitive test. Okay, so the outcome was also to take the signature cross-sectionally relate with cognitive test. We didn't find. And now, I would like to talk about another intervention group that derived in our group. What we did, we took 44 adults with metabolic syndrome. We randomized them to follow either Mediterranean diet or a regular diet plus 50 grams per day nuts for 2 months. The hypothesis was that a dietary pattern as a whole exert more beneficial effects on metabolism, okay? So we have as outcome, I didn't say here, I didn't put here the slide, so glucose insulin, and we constructed the insulin resistance index. So we found that, yes, it was more beneficial. The design here, I forgot to say, is crossover. So when you have so small sample size, you can get benefit of this design in order to increase power, okay? So after 2 months, there's a washout period, 1 month, and then they cross the groups, the intervention groups, okay? So we collected anthropometric biochemical data, we measure microbiota with 16S and metabolites, 300 and something, in plasma, okay? So I will stick here to the metabolomic part. We found 64 metabolites associated with adherence to Mediterranean diet, higher or lower. On the right is on the left are those that were closer to the Mediterranean diet, and to the other was closer to the nuts group. So again, those people that were following Mediterranean diet had a better metabolic profile based on metabolites. And the analysis later was to see how this works in relation to the insulin glucose. And finally, it looks like mediates, okay, mediates the effect of the Mediterranean diet on glucose and insulin, okay, this metabolite profile. What you can do also, another analysis you can do is to do metabolite set enrichment analysis in order to see in which pathways these metabolites from the previous metabolic profile are involved in, okay? Doesn't matter. And now I will close the presentation talking about this concept of personalized nutrition and metabolic diving. So this is what we are looking for. That's why we are trying to have the more information of individual besides on factors like diet, anthropometric, clinical methods, to have also metabolites and even better microbiota, okay? So this is the future, and then this could help for personalized nutrition, okay, to stratify better individual based on these characteristics. That's it. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Christopher, for
sorry for the
very
delay.
interesting presentation. I'm sure it was very well received. I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions maximum. So, Kostas, you want to ask something? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Christopher. I would like to ask you, regarding the technique that you are using in order to detect these biomarkers that you have mentioned. I'm sorry, I cannot, use your terminology because I'm from a different discipline. You're using the NMR technique. So what is the resolution or the sensitivity of the NMR technique in order to identify these biomarkers? And if there are any other techniques that they can work complementary or in competition with this, and more particular photonic techniques?
This is a very good question. Yes, answering the first one. Using most of the studies 600 megahertz, you can get a very high resolution. Okay, as I said before, has a very good specificity, so reproducibility. And compared to, and continue with the second question, with mass spectrometry techniques. So, getting the information from NMR and mass spectrometry, you can complement the biological information and counterbalance better the limitation of each technique.
Thank you very much. I also have a question in terms of yesterday, like we mentioned that in dietary assessment, thankfully, technology helped us to minimize some errors of the traditional methods. Now we have new developments. I understand that metabolomics and personalized nutrition is like very high in the agenda. And since we are like we come as an audience from many disciplines like education, technology, nutrition, health, how this model of metabolomic and technology works in an interdisciplinary, like what sort of skills and specialities and knowledge you need. Mm-hmm. And also, like, what is your personal opinion about like the progression of personalized nutrition using metabolomics? Thank you.
Yes, very good question as well. The truth is that now they use mobile derived data in order to capture better the data intake. So that also, of course, complement existing approaches like these tools we mentioned before to the assessment tools of diet. Yes, the more you open, the more multidisciplinary team you need. So you need, for example, for the metabolomics part, what we invest in our group is to invest on skills as dietitians have, but also skills in advanced statistics. Okay, so we don't want to be dependent of. We want to be dependent of, statistician, for example. That maybe sometimes groups are based on statistician, but statistician has a lot of things to do. Also, your data you can treat better. So it's more cost-effective and time-effective. Of course, we collaborate very recently with the group Artificial Intelligence there in the university. However, they use some other approach, and the good thing was from this collaboration, we found some common ways, okay, to approach this. So finally, you need, for the metabolomics analysis, what you need just, in Greece also exists a lot of, as far as I know, in different parts of Greece now, Athens, Ioannina, Thessaloniki, that they measure metabolites using mainly NMR. NMR is cheaper. And some of them also mass spectrometry, because they are chemists and they want to know for food, but they remain there, they don't extrapolate to epidemiological studies. So it's, I think for Greece, something new. So in this case, you need someone who experiences epidemiology as well. You need just a company to collaborate and to send the samples and to analyze why to invest in your institution for these machines, these facilities that cost a lot. So for this reason, there exist others. Okay, so you try to collaborate. So finally, to deal besides science with people, that I think is more difficult. Okay, so that's it. This is our approach. Yes.
Okay, I think that's a very nice ending. That's all we have time for this session. So we break for half an hour and we reconvene back in 11:30. Thank you. Ιώνα, εγώ θα ξεκινήσω τώρα για να αλλιώς... Ναι. Πέσε μου όταν... δεν έχει ξεκινήσει. Yeah. So, hello everyone. We're about to start our session again. So please be seated. Thank you. So our next speaker for this morning is Dr. Ion Pagalos. He is currently an assistant professor at the Department of Nutritional Sciences and Dietetics of the International Hellenic University up north in Thessaloniki. Apart from his teaching commitment at his department, he's also very active in research. He's the founder and team leader of the Nutrition Information Systems Laboratory. And his research is related to in the areas of e-health, e-government, and nutrition informatics. This morning, he will be presenting on nutrition information systems, reusable IT tools for scalable data collection and analysis. So welcome, Ion.
Thank you very much.
I have my first question. Is Ion or Ioannis?
Well, look, when I was born, my mom decided to torment me by changing, this is like the official name, and I have people call me Ion because it's easier. Okay?
So Ion is covered.
Yes. For friends and family, yeah.
Okay, so without any further delay, because
Yes.
we have 35 minutes.
I'll set up a timer. I'll do that.
I'll give you 5 minutes. So,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. So hello everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the Hellenic Mediterranean University for the invitation. It's finally good to be in CT after so many years of our departments collaborating. As you said, we're up in the north. It's like in the opposite direction. So thank you for the introduction. I'm indeed Ion Pagalos. I'm a computer scientist by trade. I joined the nutrition department about 8 to 9 years ago. I've been assistant professor there for a bit less than that. And 2 years ago, approximately, we started a new laboratory that I lead called the Nutrition Information Systems. And this is all about nutrition informatics. So, a really nice thing about computer scientists is that we rarely agree on things, but sometimes we do. And terminology-wise, I think it's nice to say that computer information systems are about systems that are used to collect, organize, and distribute data. So I'm just thinking if I should wait like 30 seconds for people to get in. Anyway, so this is a very broad term, obviously. And again, even nutrition information systems is a broad term. It's systems designed to continuously collect, analyze, and interpret and share nutrition-related data. I was really happy to see in one of yesterday's presentation the term nutrition informatics also being repeated. It's quite new. And again, it's a very broad definition. It's the intersection of information, nutrition, and technology. And I think it's good enough for now. We still don't know exactly where it will go, but it's sort of this. This is also the position of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, which started the term back in 2019, or at least established it in a published paper. So as we've heard today and yesterday, academic education and research within nutritional sciences is increasingly based on a digital toolkit. I don't have to tell you that, everybody knows it by now. And this is usually comprised of various apps, web platforms, data processing activities, and electronic databases. And also, as we heard, digital competencies are required in all levels of practice. The problem, I think, is that all these ICT, information communication technology components that we use are seriously fragmented. There's a distinct heterogeneity between the components. It is my personal opinion that this is because most of the tools have been created through the digitization of existing practices. So you took a food frequency questionnaire that was a paper and you digitized it. That has created a usable tool, but there was no plan in it. We digitized the existing procedure, we've ended up with fragmented tools. This is not to say that there aren't new digital tools to do it, it's just that these tools that we've digitized come from a different type of thinking. And I think we've all been in a situation where data is lost or abandoned because, first of all, you don't remember who built it, what is the data schema used, or sometimes where it is even stored. A recent paper found that nutrition informatics suffers from lack of standardization. And this is true because there's a wide array of groups working together on similar projects. We don't talk to each other because why would we? And there's no community-wide development principles to ensure that there's interoperability and cohesion between nutrition informatics and other biomedical resources. As I said, I have a strong background in electronic health, and I'd like to draw something from it. There we have a very well-known standard called HL7, but that standard covers everything, from billing records to patient tracking. And sometimes this is too wide of a solution, and personally I worked on a project a couple of years ago that tried to shorten it down to something that is easier to implement, more open and more flexible. So, the focus of today's presentation is going to be quite practical. I want to talk about information systems in the way that they can assist nutritionists in collecting and analyzing data. So, this is only from the perspective of research and education, not the business side of it, which is very, very important, but just for research and education. And I'm going to focus especially on the practical aspects, as I said, like scalability, cost and resource effectiveness, and some really practical requirements to deploy. What is the real-life feasibility of these things? And I'm going to draw from some of our experiences from our lab and department, and of course some future directions. Now, before moving on, I'd like to address the elephant in the room, and this is not going to be a presentation about Microsoft Excel. I love Excel. I use it most than other tools I've ever used, even those very complicated ones, but the reality is that it's built for a different purpose. It's very fine to record things in Excel, but this is not a nutrition information system. Story time. When I joined the nutrition department, they told me, could you please help us digitize our databases? I said, sure. Coming from a computer science background, I thought I would find a very well-structured database. No. I found 4 different Excel files. One of them was locked in a CD-ROM on one, on one office somewhere, and all of them had different data structures. Okay, this is a reality. You're laughing because we've all done it in the past. But the problem with Excel is that it's really nice to rapidly record stuff. And I've seen departments and nutritionists work with Excel to a perfect degree, but this is not what it's really used for. So, what is the first thing that comes to mind when we ask somebody to collect data for a project? I think it's Google Forms. And this is because Google is this giant that helps you bootstrap, quickly get out and start collecting data. There are other questionnaire platforms, you might have used them, Monkey Survey, Lime Survey and all that. But in Europe, we're lucky to have this GDPR thing. And that is a really good thing because it talks about data sovereignty. We need to start thinking about where our data is stored, why is it stored there, in what format. And usually, if you start some kind of research using Google Forms, you'll find that when you do your ethics approval, it will stop there. It's really nice to use these tools, but you need to be careful of where your data is stored. Also, another practical aspect. The free version of all these tools is there, but it's usually limited. And usually there is a pro version that needs a license. And yes, it's not exactly research appropriate to talk about budget, but many of the best science stops because we're out of budget. So let's assume that we have the budget to do it. Does this cost scale for the population level? Imagine if you did a license per user, and then you have to scale it to the population. Doesn't happen. Let's assume that you have unlimited budget. That's like a dream, right? Never happens. But let's assume that it does. Does this solution fit? Does it do what you want it to do? When it comes to creating custom questionnaires and some more difficult questions that, have you eaten yesterday, yes or no? Does this tool help? Not all the times. Now, another thing I want to mention is that obviously, as nutritionists, I'm going to say we, I'm not a nutritionist, but in the field of nutritionists, we can also use clinical trial management systems because they fit very well. And personally, I've used some open source solutions, right, RedCap and OpenClinica. They work very well. And of course, there are many, many licensed alternatives to it. I have found they might be too complex, and I'm a computer scientist, and I found them to be too complex to install and operate sometimes because they're very specific. However, if you manage to do it and it fits, fine. If you want to start customizing it, you're usually out of luck. So it either fits off the shelf as it is, or it doesn't. That's one of the problems with these ready-made solutions. So, as I said, in this presentation, I'm going to focus on our experience from EU research. The first thing I want to talk about is our experience in the COSI initiative from WHO Europe, and then 2 Horizon Age 2020 programs that recently finished and we're part of. I don't know if you're familiar with it. I hope many of you are, but the World Health Organization has a project, an ongoing research initiative. It's not a project in the sense that it's funded by somebody, which is a unique system that has measured trends in overweight and obesity for more than 10 years. It involves taking standardized weight and height measurements from over 300 children across the greater WHO European region, not only focused on European member states. Why am I mentioning this? Because our department has been responsible for data collection in Greece since 2010. It's in this situation we have skilled personnel, nutrition and dietitians, going to schools and recording basic things like weight and height of children, and also distributing questionnaires about the family and the school. My lab has been tasked since the beginning to assist in coordinating and implementing the data collection. So there, we had a question. What do we do? Do we get something off the shelf? Do we build our own? So WHO provides their own platform, which is based on Open Clinica. Last time I checked, Open Clinica has changed and has become Libre Clinica, but yeah, I don't know what's going on there. But it also provides standardized questionnaires. So you have something to build off on, and this is a very critical component of COSI, because everybody has to use the same questionnaires. You just translate it to your own native language, okay? The thing is, and WHO knows that, obviously, because it's a practical thing, that many national processes are implemented according to national best practices. So the way you approach the school, the way you go and you talk to the principal, the way you access, you contact the families and you give them resources to fill in, you give them questions to fill in. This is all down to the country implementing COSI, because there can't be a standard protocol for that. So we found out that in Greece, we actually need a separate system, a separate questionnaire platform that has this scalability to allow us to implement what we wanted, but also to manage many users at the same time. Now, a thing we usually say in computer science is that if you can, reuse something that exists. This is tricky, but as I said before with the example of clinical trial systems, if you have a really good plan from the beginning, you can reuse it. So, I think many of you might know some of these popular content management systems like WordPress. WordPress, you might have heard it as, oh, my department needs a website, let's build it in WordPress. Or my nutritionist practice needs a website, we'll build it in WordPress. But the interesting thing about these two systems, which are open source and free, and they have a huge community behind them, is that they include plugins that provide additional functionality. So in the case of Drupal, which is what I'm going to talk about, obviously, there's a really nice plugin called Drupal Web Form that is a self-hosted engine, again, free, which allows you to build custom questionnaires. It does also include components that are not usually available in other solutions, such as matrix tables. The first difficulty I had when implementing a food frequency questionnaire was the idea of having a table on the left with the foods and different questions on the right. So these type of questions are a bit more difficult to implement in something like Google Forms, but here you have almost all of the tools you need. And also, it has a user-friendly and tech-agnostic way of creating questionnaires and flows with the classic things you need, conditional questions and validity checks. This is just a screenshot of the software. I'm not going to go deep into it because I have a lot of things to talk about. But this is how it looks from the administrator side when you set up the questionnaire. And of course, to the user, this is completely transparent. They just see a nice web form that they don't know how it operates, and that's the end result that we want. Another thing that is really good is that it helped us, it facilitated us when we went to create users. So we have administrators in COSI saying that I'm going to need 200 accounts for the school because there are so many families, and then I need access for the principal, and so on and so forth. This tool has a really nice command line thing. By command line, I mean the thing where we open up and computer scientists type something and you think there is green text over black screen, like the matrix. No, it's not like that. It's very simple. You just type a command and it happens. And of course, it has the roles and permissions that you need to associate questionnaires with the users. Again, back to scalability. After we built this questionnaire at the department, we realized that this is not, it's a questionnaire for COSI, right? But it is a questionnaire engine. It is a platform that can host other questionnaires. So what did we do? We repurposed it, and we also added tools like food frequency questionnaire, international physical activity questionnaire, because the moment you've built a questionnaire engine, it's really easy to go and add more questionnaires. And I don't know if you know this, what do I have to do? Like press it. yeah, anyway, on the bottom there is a link that says it's NutriTools. It's a result of a project in the UK, I think, and it's a really nice list of available tools for nutritional sciences. And it's really nice because it has a per country list of tools. So if you want to look if there is a food frequency questionnaire for kids in your country, then it might list it there. A bit of a reality check though, because I know I'm saying the grass is really green and everything is nice, but there are some cases when these things don't really work. Where you have a truly custom questionnaire and a truly custom solution, I don't think that you do. It's not my fault, right? Yeah, great. Because it's really embarrassing when technology doesn't work and you start this talk saying, yes, I'm a computer scientist. So there are some cases where this doesn't work, and I'll show you an example we've been working on. This would be a nice time to have a laser pointer, but this is an example. This is a questionnaire I've been working on for the past weeks. It's really recent. It's not out yet, but this is on behalf of the European Academy of Allergy and Clinical Immunology. I can't remember the name, but we were asked to create a questionnaire for pediatricians and nutritionists to find out how they are. There's stuff happening on my screen, just so you know, that's why I'm worried. Anyway, so the idea was to find out in what order they introduce foods during complementary feeding, okay? I don't really know a lot about that, but I was asked on what would be the best user interface or user experience to create such a questionnaire. And yes, the basic question is, do you advise parents to do that? Yes or no? Very basic. But the requirement was, when they asked yes, they wanted to drag and drop some foods into a list that is custom according to whether the kid is allergic or not, and then the list has the birth month of the child, the months of the child, and you put it there. Now that you know what it is, please ignore the fact that there is pork in birth, okay? That's wrong. I was doing an example, and then I noticed that it looks bad. But this thing needs a custom solution. But there is a silver lining here. Even if this sounds too custom, it is still a reusable component in a way that the food groups stay the same. What can change, for example, instead of months of the infant, you could have population groups, or you could have age.
You can use at least the laser.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Anyway, don't worry. I'll.
Just a button.
Yeah, it stopped. I can't change it anymore.
No, you cannot change it.
Oh no, I have to resume the slideshow from here because somebody pressed this, right? Yeah. Okay. So part 2 of the talk, and I'm going now into funded projects territory, Horizon 2020 research project that we participated in the past, and I want to draw on some of our experience there. Big O was a project called Big Data Against Childhood Obesity. It ended back in 2021, was coordinated by our colleagues in the Aristotle University in Thessaloniki. And what Big O did, it's interesting because there was a citizen science talk beforehand, and I was really happy because that set the stage for what I want to do. It developed an integrated IT platform, which includes a smartphone app, sensors, smartwatches, web interface, to collect and analyze anonymous big data. These are two terms that I would be very happy if they always go together, like big data and anonymity. It's not always the case, and it's really hard to make sure that you do that, but data at this scale, at the big data scale, should be anonymous, otherwise it's dangerous. Anyway, we collected anonymous big data on children's behavioral patterns and their living environment. What Big O actually did, if you look at it outside now that it's ended, it's that it's extracted data-driven evidence on how the environment affects children, and it tried to figure out what's going on with childhood obesity in Europe in relation to the environment. Now, I'm going to start with something that has become kind of a pattern in these projects. Many of them create their own app, and then they plug in different sensors, okay? Now, in one of the easiest implementation solutions, you have the smartphone itself, which already features a lot of sensors, because it has an accelerometer and it has a GPS. Accelerometer means you can count steps or physical activity if you want, and GPS means you can do tracking for location. And this is where the anonymization comes, because the first thing you say the first thing you think when somebody says, I'm going to track the location of children across Greece, is like, I hope this is anonymous. Yes. So you have access to that. Now, in the case of Big O, because the target group was children from 9 to 18, and technically a 9-year-old cannot have a phone, you will be surprised at how many 10-year-olds and 11-year-olds have a phone. So because technically we weren't allowed to ask them to install an app, we gave them a smartwatch that they that they were, and that did the part that the phone did. Now, the Big O app, it's not really clear there, but it also allows you to upload images. And this is where the citizen science part comes, because we asked children, in a way, we presented it to them as a citizen science project, because we said, take photos of your meals, which is something that many people have done, and I'm going to talk about it, but also take pictures of the advertisements of food that you see in the streets. And that's another example of how citizen science, I think, if you allow me, can help. Because you can't go out there and map all the advertisements that exist in a city, okay? So, I'm not going to focus on the system itself, I'm going to focus on the results and what we had to do and how we treated it. So, in Thessaloniki, we engaged approximately 850 students, as I said, between 9 and 18 years old. This was across 31 schools and across different municipalities. There's a study that we're doing, it should be out before the end of this year, that compares the results between these two municipalities because they're of different socioeconomic status. I'm not going to talk about it, just that it was interesting to us that we found out these differences. So, about the data collected. A significant amount of data was collected via these actions. The easy part is these users' questionnaires. Every type of data collection activity somewhere features a user questionnaire, whether that is at the beginning or at the end. If it's at the end, it's usually, did you enjoy the research, what did you find like that? If it's in the beginning, it's different. So, I really am going to avoid the questionnaire part. I think it's the simplest part. What is really interesting is the modalities, the differences in the data collected from the sensors. So, we had as you see, a couple of thousands of days of accelerometer data and another 4,500 days of fully anonymized GPS data. And then on the photos side, we had almost 13,000 meal photos and, well, much less advertisement photos. I mean, we try to engage children to be active in doing this citizen science. Oh, we talked about gamification yesterday. I forgot to mention this, but you also had a medal system here that gave them silver, gold medals, and at the end we actually gave them medals, not gold, but fake ones. But we did employ some sort of gamification here as well. Anyway, the project ended, and at some time, not the project, the data collection ended, and during the project, we had to understand how did we make sense of it. Now, here are two tools. The left is developed by our colleagues at the Aristotle University. The right is something we developed at the International Hellenic University. This system is not really called the GeoHash visualizer, that's my take on it, but I think it will show you how we kept things anonymous. If you can see, this is a map of Thessaloniki, and it's divided in blocks. So each GPS coordinate wasn't tracked to the level of, hey, your child is right here, because that would be wrong. It was tracked to the level of a GeoHash, which is a couple of miles by miles long, okay? And this is an overlay that shows something else, I'll show it to you next, but this is a visualization of how you could show GPS coordinates while also keeping anonymity. On the right, we had to solve another issue. We have thousands upon thousands of pictures, but we have no idea what they are. And children uploaded pictures, and because we didn't want to stress them enough, we just said, could you please tell us which meal this is? End of story. But somebody had to go through them and say, okay, this is a sandwich, this is a burger, this is something. And I know that collecting images from patients sounds like a nice thing to get data. Believe me, it's not. It has to be very, very well defined if you want to skip the natural process of asking people what they consumed last day and have them send pictures. I've tried many times, from bachelor thesis to master thesis to research programs. It doesn't work very well unless you plan out the thing. So here we had this issue where we just collected images and we had to use an annotator. I want to talk about what we can do with this data though, and this is part of the report I told that's going to be coming out very soon. So that map you saw actually had a hidden element to it. Before we visualized it, we went to one of the publicly available services. I think it was Foursquare, but it could also have been Google Maps. And we mapped out the food places. Now, if you're not hungry yet, go look at that. It's bakery, bougatsa, creperie, okay? So this is where, so what am I doing? This one? Oh, yeah, that's good enough, huh? For now, okay. Yeah, okay. So these are the places, and this is the, at the time, it's the average number of weekly visits to food-related locations within this GeoHash. Okay, so this is how we can map both the GPS location in accordance to something like what's happening in that location. Another thing we did is during which hours do high school and lyceum students visit food places. These are the days attending school and days not attending school. There are some interesting things like children visit food places during school hours. We don't know how to explain that, but we'll look into it a bit more. But this is just the part where I'm talking about the data and not its meaning. And another thing that you might have already realized, it's the easy part, is how much and where do students move, the mean number of steps per hour from students having their mobiles in their pockets. This is a really interesting subtitle here, because you might ask students to do it and they might forget their smartphone, on the table or something. It's really interesting. I mean, yes, you have a smartphone that has an accelerometer, but if you do physical activity and it's there, it doesn't track anything, which is why smartwatches are sometimes a more solid solution. So these are the mean number of steps, and some interesting things that we can find from here is, for example, we can correlate that with the available number of physical activity places. So is there a park nearby? Is there a gym nearby? Okay. So this is the type of data that Big O was looking at, and of course, pictures that got translated by dietitians, and that took a long time. Okay, but after that, which is why I said we're never doing this the same way again. We're going to come up with something else. So we annotated everything, and then we found out we looked at very specific things like processed foods and fruits and vegetables and those things. Right. So. Another tool I want to talk to you about is something that was developed in the protein project. It has nothing to do with proteins. It's called Personalized Nutrition for Healthy Living. It's a project about using ICT to support personalized nutrition and physical activity. It was coordinated again by a consortium by a partner in Greece, CERF this time, a research institute. And as I said, you might be noticing a pattern in these projects. There is sensors and there's an app. Okay, the sensors this time are tracking more than accelerometry and GPS. Actually, they're not tracking GPS at all in this project, but we have more. We have volatile organic compounds, glucose monitoring, and then in the mobile suite, we have some more advanced features that I'll show you. Obviously, you can't have a project nowadays without having this lovely word here, okay? There's no chance. You pick up a rock and it says AI behind it at this time, and then there's dashboards and recipes. Again, I'm not going to focus a lot on the system itself. There's a lot of documentation about what I'm telling you, and there's project websites that you can see afterwards. I'm going to focus on the pilots. Again, we were on the side of doing the data collection and receiving it and processing it. So in the case of Greece, we just had overweight and obesity, but these are the groups that were tracked by the project. This is the app that I told you about. It's quite complex, and again, it was decided that it's going to be built from scratch. Because if you kind of think about it, there isn't like the solution that you can use. There isn't a free app that just does data collection and you can customize it. At the time, at least it's my personal opinion, you have to build it. There isn't an off-the-shelf solution that works very well for any type of data collection. And we aren't used to tools that do it. If you want to do very quickly a data collection, you open up Google Forms and you just type a couple of questions. If you want to store that data in Excel, you open Excel, you type your columns and you're done. But there isn't such an easy solution for apps. You have to build them, okay? Luckily that's where you need computer scientists, so at least we will still have a job. But the idea here is that Protein had the dashboard. Here again, gamification. I don't think, I mean, we had this discussion yesterday as well. I don't think these things work without gamification. Or cash incentive. Do you know how things work when there's a cash incentive? Yes, they do. But when there isn't a cash incentive, I'd go for gamification, okay? So Protein, what it did, and would be really interesting to go into it a bit more, but we don't have the time, is that it created personalized plans according to the data that was fed to the system. We created a knowledge database and some rules, basic rules that said, if you belong to this group, then your plans should look something like this. Obviously, creating plans automatically is not an easy thing. And I'm not going to stand here and tell you that Protein solved this issue. I don't think anybody has solved the issue of correctly creating, automatically creating correct meal plans. It's a very dangerous thing to do because you'd be essentially replacing the dietitian, and nobody wants that, okay? So we tried at least to create something that resembles a healthy plan according to the profile of the user that was using the app. In cases where it was supported, in the UK we had Ocado as a partner, which has a really nice electronic supermarket that helped us convert this meal plan into things that you need to buy. And in other cases, we had a partner in Italy that actually gave us their menu, because we wanted to include dining out as a concept as well. But how do you do that? You need people to give you their menus so that you analyze it and you already know what's there. So that's another tricky thing. Everybody wants to include, to give you an app that tracks everything. So when you go out, you know what to pick. But you still need somebody to give you the information in the menu, right? Or you write something that automatically parses it, but we're not there yet. Settings and dashboard, that's pretty classic. So this is an example of what, I'm just looking at the choice of this being a recommended thing, but yeah, that's it's not necessarily bad, right? So this is the plan. This is an idea of when you click into one, what you would get, the dashboard and the weekly plan. Again, I'm not going to focus too much on what was happening and how it happened. I'm going to focus on what we ended up with. So we were tasked with gathering the data after the project was done. I mean, not only us specifically, but according to the group that we were part in. And of course, this included an end user questionnaire, the classic thing that we do at the end of studies, saying, how did this happen? Did you enjoy it? I'm going to show you some questions. But it also included a different data source that is specific to the protein ecosystem. So before we go into it, and very easily, just a couple of examples of what the questionnaire looked like. So which of the following help you to follow the meal plan? What are your current health and well-being goals? And then, because this was an app, there are really interesting frameworks for evaluating health apps. And everybody needs that at this stage, because we haven't really used health apps that long. And I'm a big fan of using an established framework to do that. And there's a lot online. I think it's the American Psychological Association that has one of the most well-known. Anyway, this was a custom thing we built. There's a publication about it also, about how we evaluated the protein app. So this is the part of the questionnaire that is, as I said, easy to understand and easy to consume. The results were in a CSV. So the second data source was a bit more tricky, because it came from the sensors and from the results of the users according to choice. So personalization, in my opinion, has some basic variables that we all know how to handle, and some additional variables for user groups with specific needs. Okay, when patients were in the athletes group, we also measured body composition. Not automatically, we had them come in and use a tool, okay? But what is interesting and unique about this? Personalization at this level, I mean, when you look at the data, includes 3 types of variables that you need. Meal and physical activity that was presented to users, so you know what they were looking at the screen, what choice, what did they have in front of them when they made the choice. Then, what choice did they make, confirm or reject in this case. And also another thing we added is their liking. We implemented a basic star rating from 1 to 5, which we then translated into 1 to 10, but that doesn't matter very much, for their preference. Now, we were tasked with creating a tool to visualize all this, because it's really nice to create a custom environment, and we had a partner which built a fantastic cloud-based infrastructure where everything was stored securely, but it was like, imagine if it was in a building and the door was locked and nobody can get in without 3 days of proper identification. So we had to come up with a tool that was used in-house to extract this information. And why am I presenting this to you? Because we found out again in this case that yes, this is a very specific custom situation, but if you look at it, it's nothing really weird, because this is just a dashboard with participants, right? This happens in every study. And when you click on one participant, you look at this, okay? It might be from a personalization study, but this is a classic diet plan, right? This is Monday to Sunday, and the only thing that's different here is that this is colored according to the confirmation, and it includes a rating, and that's it. Because that is what you get. I mean, it's a very basic essence. You can look at a million different parameters. But this was built for the protein project, but I think can also be reused for any project that needs to visualize personalization choices. You will notice I've chosen to show a case where this system went very well. And still, even in these cases where people actually took the plan and they implemented it, you will still see that they didn't tick all the boxes, right? What they did, and this is a really good user, you can't see it because it's in yellow and the contrast is not a really good thing here, is that they at least they wanted to rate the meals, because what we told them, and what is true, is that the system learned more about their preferences the more they interacted with it. So even if they didn't choose the meal, we at least had them rate it in a way. Again, when we looked at how we're going to analyze this, and here it might take a little longer because the project just ended, but we are preparing a report for that as well. We looked at things that, yes, they were built because of the protein project, but the questions remain the same in every personalized environment. For example, we try to look, does lighting predict food choice among application users? Can BMI serve as a predictor of choosing or liking more energy-dense or high-caloric foods? Is the goal setting a predictor of suggestion acceptance? These are things that can be reused as scientific questions, and the tools that gather and analyze them can be reused. So where am I going with this? And I'm almost done. I believe there's a pressing need for scalable and reusable components. Researchers have been developing and implementing in vacuums and silos, and we are also guilty of that. I just presented you 3 things where we build things ourselves, right? So I'm not exactly following my own advice. But what we're trying to do is build something that is reusable. So in my team at the lab, we're working on something that we tentatively call the Open Nutrition Informatics Framework, and it looks something like this. The idea, this is not built yet, this is a research idea, okay? The idea is that within nutritional sciences, the data collection has some very basic principles, like there's an input, a process, and an output. Nothing fancy about that. The input, if you look at it from the high level, can either be questionnaires, diet meal planners, sensor data, or images, which is why I showed you all this example, because I think they fit here. The processing part is something that we can easily map, because if you're going to do nutritional assessment, what you need is you need to look up the food in the food composition database, okay? And then you need to know the quantity, and you've done something, nutritional assessment part from what the intake was, not if that was good for the user. That is much more complicated, okay? If you want to, for example, to calculate scores, then again, this is easy. If you want to do image recognition, you can do it for any image. It doesn't have to be a project specific. And for that, I'm going back to what I mentioned before, you need knowledge. You need proper food composition databases. In order to calculate scores, you need things like DRVs. And in order to do image recognition, you need this fantastic thing that is called AI and machine learning. And I have 40 seconds, but I'm going to mention this. AI is never going to work if it's not fed enough data. Okay? ChatGPT works because it has parsed through everything available, every available text in the world, and this is why it's saying such nice things. By the way, as academics, we have an impending problem, because I realized that Microsoft is installing a ChatGPT equivalent in Microsoft Word. So students are going to be typing, we have students here, cover your ears. So they're going to be typing, write me 5 paragraphs about nutrition informatics, and it's going to happen. They can do it now in ChatGPT, but they're going to be able to do it in Word. I recently found about that. Anyway, so AI is not going to work if we don't have robust data sets. And this is what projects like that should be doing. It's not the purpose for nutritionists to be building AI, but it could be to collect data that will inform AIs on how to work, okay? And this is something that's also a role from the nutritionist and should never disappear. And on the output side, I already show you examples of the visualization. It can be a calendar, a graph, or it can be some machine understandable format. This is important from our side, from the computer science side. We need some format that, yes, it might look good to you, but also needs to be understandable by the machine. Again, this is how I would like to see the future direction of all this. And I'm done. I would like to thank you very much for the attention. And if you want to talk or collaborate, this is all of our info. Thank you. 36 minutes.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much. Very informative talk. And if I'm allowed to make a very quick comment about it, I think it highlights very much the importance of interdisciplinarity these days to carry out, to conduct qualitative research.
Exactly.
It follows up very well from the talk we had yesterday from Anne about collaboration and projects between nutrition students and IT students.
Exactly.
So it's a perfect showcase, I think, for that, and also makes you wonder the amount of data you can gather these days, which, let's say, in the recent past would have been impossible.
You could not set up a study and you would expect to get data from 1,000 children moving around Thessaloniki. Exactly. Never. And this became possible mostly because of the smartphone. Okay, and the fact that it carries a GPS sensor and that everybody has one.
Yes, and it makes you wonder what's next to come, you know, in the next few years.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's time for questions, of course. So Kostas, I think. Okay. Thank you, Kostas.
Thank you very much. Considering like that the pandemic offered a wake-up call, actually to governments to strengthen their actually we experienced the failure of national surveillance and monitoring systems, so a wake-up call for countries to strengthen their systems, considering that Mediterranean countries, including Greece, but worldwide, we are experiencing increasing rates of obesity, chronic diseases, and stuff like that. I was wondering if you how do you see the position of nutrition informatics into surveillance and monitoring systems, because and the integration of nutritional indicators into economic surveys and stuff like that. And this is a proposal to collaborate, because we did this successfully with the Agency of Statistics in Tajikistan.
Perfect.
Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. So through Professor Hasapidi, which was scientifically responsible for many of these things I showed you, I should mention that, we also presented Big O to the WHO, because we said, we're doing COSI, what do you think about that? So I think slowly we would be introducing such aspects. As I mentioned before, the existence, how easy it is to have smartphones is the fact that makes it doable. But I think that government moves much more slowly than the research project does. So I'm really interested in finding out what exactly you did with statistics, because I'm pretty sure you had 1,000 ideas and you managed to implement 10% of them. But still, to answer your question, I think that from what I showed, it's the concept of big data that is more important, and the fact that we need to be creating data sets to inform future decisions. This is something, I'm going to go back to citizen science. I love citizen science, and I'm going to go back to that, because I think that is the part where we can work on more. We can get data that is in the future actionable. This is what we're missing. We need information that we can act on, and that's also what the government needs, right?
This is exactly what I mean, integration of, I'm not talking about the most accurate nutrition indicators that exist, but this is surveillance and this is monitoring. So it's like maybe the inclusion of a Metascore, for example, or another tool, it's just to offer to guide policy making and decision making.
Perhaps let's not use the word surveillance, because
So thanks for the nice presentation. Congratulations. It was very interesting, especially when we are thinking here to implement, let's say, observational study, not only CTA, maybe in Crete. I was wondering a little about this imaging data, the capacity you need in your PC and the training in order to analyze this is something. So, and the time, because also there's another parameter, how time-consuming is always.
Okay, so the good thing about this is that there already exists, in AI you have to train systems, and then after you've trained them, you just feed them images. So if you manage to train them correctly, then you just have you need minimal processing power. The training part is what takes a long time. So usually you have some server somewhere with many expensive graphics cards, okay? Some labs have them, and I think it's a good timing, because everybody does some sort of AI and machine learning these days. So if you feed the data into that algorithm, into that data set, what I'm trying to say, there is an existing corpus of information about annotating images. It's really easy. What we found in protein, for example, is that it was really easy to identify the food. Do you know what was more difficult? Finding out the volume. And, by the way, thank you for that, I forgot to mention something. When we work with images in Protein and Big O, we had the problem, and I realized that we need to train users on how to photograph their food. Because everybody does this sort of Instagram type of pictures from the top, because they have to look good. But when you want to try and understand the type of food and the quantity or volume, you have to very carefully split it. You remember those My Plate things that the USDA did? You have to do it like this. So let's assume that everybody does that. Then you take these pictures and you feed them to an existing data set. We don't start from scratch, because if we did, this would never be possible. Okay, the good thing is that data sets that annotate, that discover food already exist, the type of it. What is really not done yet is the volume part. You understand that? And the groups who do it successfully use some kind of marker or they have you take a video around the photo, around the food. So it's still a bit, but it's a nice vision.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. My name is Ksenia. I'm from Croatia and I'm from social sciences. I'm interested in methodological and ethical considerations since you are researching children and young people, minors. So, no, I really would like to know how did you deal with these problems? Like, did you go through schools? Did you have parental? And but I presume you did. But what were the problems and how did you manage to deal with them?
You're very correct. Half of the project was spent on getting the permission. It's a good thing, right? We looked into our methodology very, very long and hard because you needed to plan out the things, because before you go to a school, you need to ask permission through the governing body. We have such a body here that we submit our applications to, and you have to plan out for everything from before, which is not really, I mean, you can imagine how it will go, but within this research project, I mean, you can only plan to a certain degree. So we try to put everything we can into this proposal, and we already try to think of what is not ethically approved. And there was a long process of reiterating this, and specifically in Big O, we had to define the model of the watch that's going to be used, the exact type of data that we're going to store, and also prove that we're storing the data within university premises. This data is not going to be shared with anyone, only researchers will have access. It's a long process, but a very required one. And it's one of those things that if you're going to do such a study, you should plan a lot of time for. And there is no template, because each project is different. And it's a process, but it's a required process. Nobody can skip it, I hope. At least not in any country I know. It took us, both in Big O and in Protein, it took us at least a year to sort out the permission part. And then we could start pilots.
Excellent, thank you very much. I'm afraid we don't have time for any more questions. We need to...
You can find me outside afterwards.
Okay, sure. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So let me introduce you to our next speaker for this morning. The next speaker is Dr. Gizem Köse from Acıbadem Mehmet Ali Aydınlar University in Turkey. Sorry about the pronunciation.
No, it's okay.
I got that wrong.
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, Dr. Köse is currently an assistant professor at the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics at her university, and she's also the program director of Nutrition and Dietetics in English.
Yes.
And she also has extensive experience in a clinical setting. She has been working in a psychiatric hospital,
yes,
for
many years.
With patients suffering from obesity and eating disorders.
Mostly eating disorders, yes, and also, of course, other psychiatric disorders too, because it's only psychiatric.
And today you will be talking us through how we can effectively use our mind to improve our dietary choices, I suppose, or our food choices in general.
Yes.
The title of the presentation is Mindful Eating Replaces Popular Diets.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you very much for the introducing me. Yes, we in this until up here we all talked about the assessment, the informatics, and also we talked about the some kind of the studies. Now I will try to tell you the behavioral part of the eating. And also, I think that maybe some of you heard this mindful eating, and I will try my best to just tell you about it. So my outline starts with mindfulness, but first I want to ask you, did you heard about mindfulness? Did you hear about it? Great. So is there any part of you that making some mindfulness meditation, maybe? No, not now. Okay. And after that, I will talk about some mindful eating, and I will make of course, the literature support. So first I want to start with mindfulness concept because we need to know what is mindfulness. It is not like just doing the yoga or something. It is not it is not taking too many minutes, too many hours. It's just it's kind of a lifestyle. So John Kabat-Zinn made this mindfulness concept as moment to moment, non-judgmental. It is really important to have the non-judgment part because it's the basic of the mindfulness, and non-judgmental awareness cultivated by paying attention. So it should be coming from with the attention, and also it should be non-judgmental, and you need to be in the part like where you like you are sitting in here. So if you are sitting in here and listening to me, it means that you are mindful. But if you are thinking about something in your back of your mind, in the tabs, you know, and you are going there and coming back, it's again mindfulness because you are coming back. So John Kabat-Zinn was a Buddhist and thought that, okay, I'm having good time because about the mind setting. And he thought that I should bring this into science, not as a religion, but it should be a science, and made this definition. It is as you can see, maybe you can see, mindfulness is defined in another way, bringing attention to present moment, that you are living in moment, and with an attitude of acceptance and non-reactivity. So he thought that, okay, I should bring it to the literature, like you see in this the PubMed site. You can see that it's 1985. He published about the stress management and chronic pain, and then the MBSR, mindfulness-based stress reduction, started to become popular. Now, when you look at in Google Scholar or PubMed or Science Direct, you will see that there are millions of studies. And but now it was not like that. In a clinical settings, they are all said. If you say something about mindfulness, it means that MMBI. So MMBI means that mindfulness meditation-based intervention. Anything related to mindfulness in the literature, you can find it like that. And now, in all over the world, in Turkey too, in the United States, in Europe, there are so many mindfulness-based stress reduction because it's a stressful world, so we need to make the stress management. And I will talk a little bit about this mindfulness meditation because it started to be used with first, the concept of mindfulness started, and then the meditation comes, and then the interventional studies started in 1980s. Now, it is really important because after that, the scientists, especially the psychiatrists and any kind of mental health work specialists actually, started to use it with their patients. So they saw that there's a good thing, it's providing a good thing in cognitive neuroscience, and then it became really popular. They started to make some large cohort studies, they started to make randomized control studies, and now in all over the world, not everyone, but some, I can assure you that in mental health treatment it works, because it helps to stay in the treatment, it helps for body check, and also it helps for mood disorders actually. So, by the way, of course, everyone was making some researches, and they started to find that mindfulness makes you just, there was an automatic reaction, and mindfulness makes the disengage of these automatic reactions. You are just taking a breath and deciding with your prefrontal cortex, you know. And when we are talking about this in a eating way, we can say that there's a food and there's a decision. So you need to think about, should I eat it? It has too many calories. Oh, it's not diet. Thinking like that. Now, mindfulness does these automatic reactions. It just makes the thing that, do I want to eat it? Do I need it? So it's about the body and the food connection, actually. Now, when they are doing this, I will just show, I just wanted to show you this systematic review about the mindfulness. I know it is too little, but I will just make the summary about it. They started the researches with mindfulness, and then they saw that mindfulness works in especially for binge eating, especially for some kind of problematic eating behaviors, like I can tell you, like binge eating, emotional eating, restricted eating. It helps because mindfulness makes you to realize your own behaviors, realizing your own, what do you want? So, Jean Chrysler and Hallett made made a research about mindfulness-based eating awareness. As you can see from the, you may not see, 1999, they published a scientific manuscript article, actually, about mindfulness. It's the first publication about mindful eating, actually. It is not writing mindful eating, but it is mindful eating. And they showed that there was a pilot study among obese women, and they showed that mindfulness and mindful eating works in binge eating. So, with this publication, it started to gain some popularity, and then they said that, okay, we need to find a new word. Mindfulness doesn't work, so we need to find a new word. So Hammond just first published mindful eating. And she said that it's okay, we can say it mindful eating, and it will be divided from stress. We will just say it tuning into food, and also, of course, our body. And I want to just clear something, because there are, when you look at the publications, you will see always into eating, mindful eating. You can see both of them together. But there's a, it has similar ingredient, but there's a difference. One of them is he is John Kabat-Zinn, by the way. It's a Buddhist philosophy. It is coming from too many years, and it has some kind of a basis. Mindful eating, but the intuitive eating is two dietitians coming together and trying to find a good way to reach the clients actually about the eating behavior. So they are similar, and also you need the mindfulness to be intuitive. So I just wanted to clear that out. Maybe you may have some questions about it. So we can say that they started to look for, they started to make this, use this mindful eating in diabetes first. Hammond used it in 2007, and then they used for weight management, of course, because we're allowed to try everything in weight management, but it worked also. And then they started to use it with children. It was good because, our eating behavior just started to be in children, when we are children, so that when we are getting adulthood, we are using these skills that we gain in childhood. And also they used in eating disorders. Some of the eating disorders, in some of them it's working, but in anorexia nervosa it's not working, because you're losing the actual senses. And lastly, they used in housewives, and they said that, okay, in most of them this is working. And as you can see, there's a publish starting with the 85, and then it started to gain attention. Now, we can say that it's a non-diet approach, but it doesn't mean that you can eat everything. Okay, let's have fun. It's not something like that. I will have a workshop about it, and I will try to reach all of you. It's a non-diet approach, but diet means restricted diet, not like diabetic diet or cardiovascular diet or clinical diets. If you have some problem, chronic problem, of course you should get a diet. But I'm talking about this non-restricted diet approach. So we can say that it consists of making conscious food choices, not because just someone said you to eat something, or not just your mother says that, oh, you should finish that plate. It's about making your own food choices and developing the physical, the bodily sensations and psychological hunger, because you know emotional eating is all over the world. And eating healthfully in response to all of these cues. So you need to check your body, your thoughts, your emotions, and then you decide. It seems to be a long way, but it's not. It's like just 10 seconds or something when you try to do this. So it's about being in the moment as mindfulness, but being in the moment before you eat. So it's actually savoring the food and also paying close attention to the effect of the food. I can say that when you eat something, there's a sensation in your mouth. So being aware of it. And it's nothing to do with the slow food, because I heard it so much. You know, is it the slow food? No, it's not slow food. I think it's boring. And yeah, like I said, the sensations. And there is no universal definition. I looked for every part of the literature, I couldn't find it. So in Turkey, I made the definition, but in the United States, someone else did it. In the United Kingdom, Michael Mancios, also a Greek, made the definition. We have a connection. And also, yeah, there's no universal one. So. There are 4 principles of mindful eating. I think you get it when I, until this part. First one is respecting your own inner wisdom, not listening to anyone, respecting on your own inner wisdom, like a baby. You know, baby firstborn, they are crying because of they're hungry or something else that I don't want to say. So, it's just natural. So you need to find that inner wisdom. And second one is about using all senses when you're eating something, not just eating quickly, so using all senses. And third one is acknowledging responses to food without judgment. You know, when I go outside, I'm not saying anywhere else that I am a dietitian or academician or nutritional dietetics. I'm just saying I'm working in university. Because if I say that I'm a dietitian or I work in nutrition and dietetics department, oh, you shouldn't eat this. So, oh, you should eat salad. Why? I mean, so it's a judgment. It's a real judgment. There are so many studies about this, dietitians and orthorexia nervosa problems too. Anyway, and the last one is sensing your physical hunger and satiety. I can say that when I'm working with clients, and also I have some PhD students and we are making some mindful eating sessions sometimes, because it's, I love mindful eating, it's like my baby. So I'm trying to understand the human behavior. And when we are making it, I realized that not everyone knows what is hunger. Getting too hungry is not hunger, or getting full up to just your throat is not satiety. So we are making some practices to understand what it is, and I will make a practice later. And after this popularity, Harvard University said that, okay, there is something going on. And in Harvard School of Public Health, there's a mindful eating corner now. In 2014, because they heard it's a good thing that we can do. And in the cafeteria, there's a cafeteria in the Harvard School of Public Health, they are started to make food and started to socialize and talk about food, and also savoring food all together. Now they're still going on. They are making, I think it's a really good thing because, I know that when I was in the United States, I saw myself, they are eating too quickly, and that is why they are getting too many portions. So in the Harvard School of Public Health, they are making this with their students, and I think it's working. And I think in next 2 years, I will try to do it in my university. Now I will tell you about it. And the second one is Canada Health Guide. As you can see from the Lancet, they have a publication about it. And because they started to hear about the mindful eating, they said that, okay, what is it? And we need to learn what is it. And when they learn, they said that we should do it. So in the guideline, it writes that cook more often. Cook more often means, it doesn't mean that you should cook at home for the economy. It means that you should cook so that you can see. Sight is a sense. You can smell, so it's a sense. You can hear, and there's a connection between food and you. Because when you go to a restaurant, you're sitting and the food is coming. You don't see any process. So you just eat it. But if you cook anything. I mean, when I say cook, it doesn't mean that cook. It can be a salad. It can be a tomato. It doesn't matter. Touch it, feel it, and smell it. It means that it's mindful eating, actually. And eat meal with others. Because we always forget that in COVID-19 restrictions, it was really hard for some people like me, because I'm an extrovert. And it was really hard for me because socialization is a human need. So, as WHO said, mental health is really important, and it's a part of a social getting together. And take time to eat. So that's mindful eating. And we see it in Canada Health Guideline. Sorry. Of course, the literature supports it too. You can see that there's a structural literature, it's a systematic review. It says that mindfulness and mindful eating have the potential to change the eating behaviors. Of course, not the weight management, but it helps the weight management too, because it's coming with it because of the portion control. And they say that encouraging it helps for eating behaviors, because you are getting out of the eating too quickly. And also mindfulness and eating disorder psychopathology, you can see that there's a good review about it, and they found that it's a meta-analysis. It found that it helps for eating disorder psychopathologies, because in mindful eating you don't do restricted diets. You can't do it. So it means that you will not get too restricted, so you will not get these emotional eating too. In the meta-analysis it was found like that. And but of course, in every research, we see this future research, should we? And it is going like that. It should be found with mindfulness and eating disorder psychopathology. And American Dietetic Association, Eat Right, says that there is an influence of mindful eating and intuitive eating. We know that because it helps people with having some eating problems, diet problems. Because there are so many people that making all the time diets. In Turkey we say Monday diets, Monday dieters, I'm sorry. Starts with Monday, Tuesday, good, Wednesday, I should eat something, and it's finished. So it says that, yeah, it helps, but little evidence, because there are so many cross-sectional studies, and it's not longitudinal studies, and it's not influence. It doesn't affect too many of these energy intake and diet quality. It helps the behavior. I mean, the eating behavior, how you eat, how you feel, how you connect with the food. And also the last one is, I think that if you want to learn, yes, I am telling everything about mindful eating, but if you want to learn more, Tepper wrote a great review. I think that it's my best. Sometimes I'm forgetting, going back and reading it again. Katie Tepper wrote a review about mindful eating, and I just took some of the parts of the review, but I can say that she wrote it very well. She says that it's about how you manage the cravings, because you're not, if you're making the mindful eating at your in your daily life, you are not getting any cravings actually. But if you're having any cravings, it means that you will have some food-related thoughts, and some of them is wrong. In a personal way, I mean. And it's about, mindful eating is about the acceptance, and it's about the present moment awareness. If someone says you, oh, it's 5 hours, you should eat something, and you're checking yourself. If you're not hungry, it's okay. You will get hungry. And it's about the present moment awareness, actually. So in the literature, you can find mindful eating in some kind of different types of names too. You can find it like, have you heard about the raisin exercise? You know, you're eating a raisin, one raisin in 20 minutes. Okay, no one? Okay. Yeah. You're looking, touching, tasting, smelling, and everything. And you may find mindful eating like that. And the second part of it is body scan, because it's bodily sensation. And you can find as mind bus. You know, I like this term, because there are so many buses in your mind going back, coming back. It means thoughts. So you should just watch them, how they are going. It's called as mind bus. So you can find in the literature like that. And I'm coming some kind of the end of it. I can say that I really like these pictures, because I think that it's perfectly fit. Because restricted diets means that actually there's a water and you're pushing it. You're just giving a dam. I mean, you're making a I forgot the name, the barrage, you know. You are just stopping the water. And mindful eating is about, you know, the water flows in a natural way. When you're eating, you're just eating. It's not because it's healthy, it's not because it's having low energy or anything else. Eating is eating, and food is food. We just, in the literature and in social media, in media, the popular women especially, talking about diets, it's not eating in a natural way. So eating should flow. It's because it is our actually natural need, as Maslow said, you know. So, and later tomorrow I will make a workshop about it. It will be it will have some kind of surprises, and that was the theoretical part, and tomorrow I will make the practice part. So, thank you for listening, and thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk. That was enlightening, I would say. It will change the way we process. We process food and food choices and everything. And I was going to just make a very quick comment whether this mindful process may be extended to mindful shopping for food as well. For instance, I've heard this idea that you should never visit a supermarket while you are hungry. Have a snack or something, and then go and make your food choices. So I think it's all about using your mind to.
We can take it to shopping in general.
Shopping in general, yes, exactly.
Yeah, in market shopping there are so many studies. It's actually before the mindful eating. The name was the cognitive behavioral therapy. In this cognitive behavioral therapy, it means that It means that you think, behavioral, you do. So if you do something when you're hungry, it means that you are not doing in a mindful way. So that's right, of course. That's right. I never do that. I mean, I would eat too much.
It's a learning process, I think, because sometimes we make decisions or we act in a way that it's very spontaneous. We don't think about it, we just do it. So it's something that you have to learn step by step and exercise yourself to.
By the way, it's like riding a bicycle. You know, when you first got into bicycle, you will see that you're thinking, okay, I will fall down, something like that. And in like third or fourth that you are doing, you will start to enjoy it. So it's about, of course, the process. Not so long process, I can promise you. It's like 1 month, 2 months, you will get into it and you will start to enjoy.
I guess we'll find out tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So any questions from the audience, please? Yes, we have a question here.
Thank you, Gizem, for the nice presentation. We have a lot to discuss about it. Just a question. You said that this is a good, how can I say, approach for children, but from which age? Because children, I mean, how can you use cognitive approaches in children?
It's like Montessori education.
So this is from 5 years old and over? From kindergarten?
No, it looks like, I'm trying to say. I mean, for children, just touching it, smelling it, something like that. Not long time, but when eating, just eat it. It's not like that.
Okay, so you can use it from kindergarten. Yes.
Of course, every age, at every age we can use it. But of course, the approach is changing. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Okay.
So, listening the previous speaker and listening you, I was thinking that the previous speaker demonstrated some questions that the people they should ask the specific questions. You demonstrate, which is like somehow biasing, in my opinion. In your case, you are using mindfulness. Both of the presentations they were very useful, especially for someone non-specialist from the field. But I was thinking that, in my opinion, another approach could be the building of habits.
Yes.
And building of habits is like exactly what did you comment indirectly in this conversation that you have with the moderator, Vasilis. Am I right? Yeah, Vasilis, because I confused you. It is like to make the motivation for the people to learn these habits independent of the age. So even the environment, you talk about the supermarket, but in order to build, these habits, also the environment within your house should be this one in order to avoid to eat, the things that you should not eat. Which means that this dictates what you are going to buy from the supermarket, how many times you are going to cook, and also to play some rewards, to introduce also other activities in order to build your nutrition. Am I right? Habits.
Yes.
So how close is like, because and then when you build your habits, you don't spend energy because your mind and your habits directly lead you to the correct correct pathway. So what is your opinion on this? It's like if we approach the same thing by building habits, like to give satisfaction, also to punish yourself if you violate something, and also to introduce your habit with something that makes you happy. What do you think about this approach?
Actually,
what it's going to do is to check at the moment that you are doing the correct or the wrong thing. So what do you think?
I think that nutritional science and mindful eating should come together. One of them is about the nutrients, diet quality, and having like good environment, like you said, having the healthy environment, actually not good, healthy for yourself. And mindful eating is about the behavior. So I think that they should come together, not just this one. It should be dietitian supervised too. I assure you, I am sure about it. And also, when they're coming together, we should be careful about this one. I will give you an example. I made this exercise in my university, and I made it with some strawberry. And first, I knew what was going to happen. So at first, I asked, who likes strawberry? Everyone said, yeah, we like it, we like it. And we started, at the end of the exercise, 30% of them realized that they don't like strawberries. Actually, the strawberries are everywhere because they are using the aroma all the time and everything. They thought that they love strawberries. So, mindful eating helps for finding what you like. Is it something you learn here? Is it to get some in a friend zone something? Or is it that you like? So it's like about trying. It's actually things that other generations do at home, actually. Now that we are not doing, because when you go to the market, you're seeing everything, it changes. You know, there are so many food products, food-based products and everything. Now our mind is just going crazy. Could I answer your question?
Yeah, somehow, but I'm not, very relevant to your science. But what do you say that to do what I like a little bit scares me.
Scares why?
Yeah, because I like baklava, for example. I eat baklava every day.
Okay.
But yeah, all right.
I did an exercise with my client with baklava. She was from Antep, and she said that I can't stop eating baklava. I said, how much can you eat? And she said that I will eat 6. Do you know baklava? Yes. You can eat 6. Small, yeah, not the small one. No, normal. And I said that you will eat just half, but you will bring 6 and you will stop yourself. I will not do anything. I will just lead you to how to eat. We started. I will make you to do this, okay? We started and she started to eat. I was leading her eat and eat, and she said that I am like 1 kilo of baklava. So it's about how you eat, how you connect with the food. If you are eating quickly, of course you eat. And I just want to say that, of course, I think that baklava don't have any nutrients. I don't eat it. But, in Turkey we have baklava. So, I can say that if I eat, I would stop myself, not because I'm dieting or something. The taste. Please come tomorrow, okay? Okay, great.
I have a question. Okay. It's very interesting presentation, but I have a question. In my opinion, I think that this type of diet needs a lot of free time. Because now people have a very dynamic lifestyle.
Yes.
They don't have a lot of time, especially in the morning when you need go to school with your children, then you go to your job and so on. What about what do you think about it?
I think that we have 24 hours, right? And also, let's say we will sleep 8 hours. I love to sleep, so. And we have 16 hours. Let's say 10 hours you're working, and another thing. When you do this, you can do it without eating too. When you do this 10 minutes a day, 10 minutes for 24 hours. So 10 minutes a day just for yourself, you will start to gain this. It's actually something like a habit. But there's a connection. That's why I said cognitive neuroscience. That 10 minutes is enough, not too long, 10 minutes. When you are drinking coffee, try to taste how it's going on your throat, how it's going to your stomach. Then you will see that you will start to enjoy it. And there are some chefs. Do you, I don't know, do you watch some chef series that eating and tasting and saying things about that? In Turkey we have it so much. Yeah. And you can understand that they ate and they say that it is this olive oil made 50 years ago, something like that. So it's mindful eating helps you to eat like a chef, actually. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And also, I think that there is something very important. If you don't spend this 5 or 15 minutes per day, then you'll spend much more time, days and months, in checkups, in hospitals, in doctors, in your life later.
Yeah.
For me, this is the most important, that if you don't want to pay attention now that you are still healthy, then you will pay it in much more multiple ways later on.
Yes.
So you have to think this when we are healthy. 10 minutes now, it's nothing in comparison to 10 or 20 or 30 years later that you will be with doctors and diets and all this stuff.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I said 10 minutes, but of course it's not...
We have time just for one last question, and okay.
Thank you very much. Online. I'm sorry.
Okay. So the question is about the assessment of improvement. I don't know if you measure any markers. So, for example, I was thinking, because you started the presentation with the mental health problems, okay? So after COVID, that has increased a lot, especially in young generations. Anxiety, depression. So let's start with anxiety, the stress. How do you see the beneficial effect of this approach, okay, in individuals that you manage? What do you use? Any markers? Is there any questionnaire? The result in the behavior? How do you assess this?
Where did you say? I couldn't understand.
Yes.
How do I see it?
How do you see, yes, that improve?
How do you know that this works, actually?
Yes.
That it's getting better?
Okay, of course I'm making some, I didn't say it, okay. I have a scale that I use so many scales before and after, of course, and I actually see how they eat, and also I am taking back for some feedbacks. And I have a book about it, and I wrote all the feedbacks that the people are saying. So then I started to use the scale too, and I can see that before and after in populations. But if I see face-to-face, one-to-one, I am taking feedbacks. How did it change in your life? They always say that it changed how I eat, how I connect with the food, how I taste the food. Like the strawberry, they all said that they love strawberries, and then they said that I don't like it. Like I think like it. Like we will see in baklava.
But do you see any changes in stress markers?
Of course. No, not blood. Yeah, I understand that. I will try.
Cortisol, for example, levels in blood, or I don't know. Do you use any other questionnaires like anxiety? Question you understand to see also this part.
That's why I'm here in the European project. I can. This is the next step. We will see 2 hours.
In order to quantify and map these soft skills that you mentioned, not the biomarkers, you need to use technology. In education, we try together with the Hebrew University in Israel. We try to map the whole process. So when we teach, for example, I'm teaching physics too, also I'm trying to identify through the problem-based learning projects that I'm placing them, how do they develop specific soft skills that the students they select or they are expecting to develop at the beginning of semester. So every week, the students, they answer a self-assessment questionnaire. How do they build the envisioned soft skills that they think that they can build through the whole process? So this is one way, very related to what did you say that we try to do. I don't know if we are successful until now. We are processing, but just to answer what did you ask, and thank you.
I will make you more solid later. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So that was the end of this morning session. We have a break for an hour and we resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
The Batia skyscraper in Zlin, Czechia, is a landmark of architecture. I know it doesn't look like much by modern standards, but this isn't from the 1970s or 1980s. It was completed in 1939. It was administration building number 21, built to run the Batia company, which had started as a small shoe manufacturer and grown into a huge multinational corporation across dozens of different industries with tens of thousands of employees. And this building wasn't just modern in style. For a pre-World War II building, it's surprisingly advanced. It has air conditioning and heating, adjustable for each floor. It has a couple of small paternoster lifts for getting between adjacent floors, which are a continuous chain of cabins that never stop. They're very efficient, just a little bit dangerous. And the boss has a corner office on every floor. Because the boss's office is an elevator. The control panel is next to the desk, and we're going up. However, only the museum staff here are actually allowed to push the buttons.
You are the hero. After lunch, you are here.
I've realized that many people doesn't left. Even though Sophia is very nice, but you don't, in 1 hour you cannot do many things. Yes. We have already here the speech of Dr. Gizem Köse from the Acıbadem University from Turkey. Turkey, now, officially. You can come, you should be here already. Indeed, a presentation of the program and research of the Faculty of the Health Science of Acıbadem University.
Okay, again.
First of all, I would like to say that Acıbadem is a very nice place. And now we have the opportunity to hear, and you must provoke in order to visit you as soon as possible.
Yes. I have 15 minutes, right? 15?
You have 15 minutes? Okay. If you need 2 minutes more, you can take it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, again me. I will present my university that I work in and what we are doing in Acıbadem University. So it's the abbreviation of Acıbadem is ACU, and you can find it like that too. Now, we have 2 departments in our university. We have the Turkish department and we have the English department. There are so many, there will be some academics that will come, so there are some blanks, but we have it. So we are 16 academics in our university, and we have our dean, and I'm the program director of the English Nutrition and Dietetics department. So, and I'm responsible from the Erasmus opportunities of this department. We have, as you can see from here, we have 6 departments, and 2 nursing and nutrition and dietetics have English departments too. So we have Turkish and we have English, but it's the same. You know, they are having the same lessons, courses, and everything the same, just the language is in English. I know that it's just, it seems really small, but I can tell you that in the first years of the Nutrition and Dietetics department, our students are having the medicine-related courses. It's like anatomy, physiology, and also some social sciences like psychology. And also, after that, we are giving the applications of food science in the laboratories. So they're like, it's related a little bit for the gastronomy. And then we are trying to make this with nutrition related. They are making the nutrient analysis in food laboratories. And after having the food, medicine, physiology, psychology all together, in the 3rd year, they are having the more professional related lessons. Like I can say, you can't see, but I can say, it's like legislations in Turkey and also in all over the world, the food legislations. And also what dietitians do as a professional life, in a professional life. So they're choosing their major in these years. And also they are having the clinical nutrition, they are having eating disorders from me mostly, and also they are having the public health related epidemiology. And in the last year, they are having all the internship and a professional project. Now we have a new Erasmus agreement with the Hellenic Mediterranean University, so I'm here because of that, and thank you, Theodora, for that. And also we have master and doctoral programs. We joined Orpheus like 4 years ago, I guess, so we have the qualified PhD students for 4 years. Before that we had 2, but now they have to get publications and good quality publications. So I will give you some examples of the ongoing researches, and maybe we can do something together too. So there are, under my supervision, ongoing, but of course there are some completed ones too. But because of the Orpheus, I have now good quality researches. One of them is about the nut consumption at breakfast, because normally in Turkey we don't do this. But I was so inspired about the sun cohort when I was teaching epidemiology. It was about the nut and mental health. Nut consumption and mental health, University of Navarra. I'm really excited about it. So we talked with my student and we choose this one. We will try to use the nut consumption at breakfast and the biochemical parameters. So in adult individuals, it will be finished in February. And also there's another about the lactic acid bacteria. You know, we analyzed, we didn't publish, because of some biases. We analyzed some kind of kefir. Do you know kefir? Yeah, in the industrial production, we went and took some of the kefirs and look in the, I'm not great in laboratories, but my student look for the kefir. Is there any bacteria that they said? And mostly we couldn't find. So we will publish it later. And the third one is about time-restricted feeding. She wanted it so much, so I couldn't say anything in anthropometric measurements. And also, that's kind of my dean's idea. I think he's so visionary. Effect of different added sugars. We are trying honey, molasses, and anything related to sugar, and the same sweet taste on blood sugar regulation. I think you may, see the results by now, but we will see. I'm excited about this one. And also, this is the last one, carbohydrate counting method. My PhD student work in a diabetic hospital. So it started in the COVID-19. We are trying to find the face-to-face education and online education. Is there any difference? And I have an ongoing research with my master's student. One of them stayed, but I will have more master's student. It's the effect of intermittent fasting. Even if I don't like it, I will use it with insulin resistance. And also, we started to make more researchers in our university, and now Acıbadem University have connections with Acıbadem hospitals. So it's Acıbadem hospitals is all around the Turkey. We found it in all the big cities, and in Acıbadem, Altunizade is a place in Istanbul. There is an oncologist said that we want to make a research on breast cancer survivors, and I said, okay, let's do mindful eating. So they are making the weight management. I am making the mindful eating, and we are trying to find a good proof that mindful eating works in breast cancer survivors, because they are, with the chemotherapy and radiotherapy, sometimes they lose the body cues. So I'm trying to make it better. So it's going for 10 months. It will be finished, I think, in June. I wish. In June. And the other one is I just started, it will start on 16th of October, mindful eating intervention. That was my dream. So it's the training that I get, because I will make the mindfulness meditation, I will make the exercises that I will do tomorrow in academics, for academics I will do it. So we will see. And lastly, I want to talk about the UNICEF relations. I don't have the perfect relations, but my assistant Elida has UNICEF relation. She's a research assistant in my university, and we are too close. We are working together. And she started to make this project about the children living in the street. She is so passionate, by the way. In 2005, between the 2012, they make a committee about it, and now she is the Turkey representative for the, as you can see, the child delegate, and she makes the Children's Right Festival every year. I hope you may hear about it. Now, she has an ongoing thesis. When I was listening to other speeches, and maybe we can make it later, in doctoral thesis, maybe we can just make it more. She's in Technical University of Munich, and also we are making with Ina Nehring from there, screen time, food consumption, mindfulness, and the diet quality. We will try to find a relationship. I know that we will find a relation. So later, we are planning to make some European project for this thing, this head, actually. And also, I'm here because I would like to make cross-cultural studies, because when I look for the publications and literature, I see that it's great to have cross-cultural studies, and we can see everything related to cultures, and also we can see how they get affected between these countries that around them. And also I want to make some cross-cultural studies. I want to make with all of you Erasmus mobilities, maybe staff, student, etc. And I want to learn I want to make with some European projects. So I tried to cut it, short, because I don't want to just take so many times. So you can find my emails and for my contact, all the informations. From the mail that I use as Acıbadem, it can be sometimes mailbox can get so quickly full. So I shared my personal email too, so you can reach me anytime about epidemiology, mindful eating, and eating disorders. These are my major areas. So it's just like that. Thank you. Going?
Thank you for your excellent presentation about your university, and you're enthusiastic for you're very enthusiastic for this work. Okay, you have realized that, but at the same time, I'd like to have a short question. I've seen that you have two departments in nutrition and dietetics.
Yeah.
One is only for Turkish-speaking students, and the other is only for international, or even though you have a student from Turkey.
Thank you very much. That's a great question. I forgot to say. No, we have the Turkish students want to have this education in English. We have the international ones. So all kinds of, all from, yeah.
I would like to propose something.
Yes?
What are you mentioning regarding
the microphone, yeah.
Okay, so what you have mentioned about the cultural intelligence and the cultural communication between us, you propose a course, no? As a priority, you mentioned that the cultural communication is very important, the intercultural communication.
Yes,
am I right?
Yes.
You mentioned this. So this is a very nice proposal. So what I'm proposing as a result of our meeting, if you wish, I can coordinate, like to organize a course as a result of this meeting and online course, that each one of us will present our culture to our students, so we can invite our students. So, for example, I can propose how can you think as a Greek, how can you think as a Turk, what are, you know, the history of the country, what are the main habits, what are the main communication channels, and then we can create an international online course in this topic, which is like very important, the intercultural communication, because creates all the barriers. The main barriers are not, of course, the ego of the scientists, but also how do we communicate each other and how we perceive the information that different nationalities probably they can transfer in different ways. So if you wish,
Yes.
you know, I mean, of course, you know, when I was playing basketball, I was playmaker, so I was giving passes to the others, but I can coordinate for the beginning, and then we can create, I think that you will agree, since you have proposed it,
Yes.
in order to create such an online course for our students. And so I'm not going to ask you. If you wish, you are going to act. All right?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your...
And also, except of our students that they can come as international Erasmus student, is there any possibility for them to do some research, postgraduate studies there? Is there any space for them? For our student, if you want to come, and for you, in order to participate your
research?
Yes.
Yes, sure. Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So after this, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Very clear. And now I would ask from Mrs. Dr. Riva Tuyer. No, I'm looking bad side. Dr. Teresa Clement, de Universidad de Valladolid. No. UV.
I'll let you know.
You are from Spain, that's for sure.
That's you are reading something that follows. If you scroll up, you will see that she's from another country.
That's Valencia.
Valencia. Excellent. Nice place, nice city. I was there last year. And you also must inform our students, because we have mobility with you. And our students ask if they can come and in the university can follow courses, because they're not so able to speak Spanish.
But we have some courses in English.
That's very
as far as I know.
For you.
And Spanish for you is very easy, so don't worry. I have been hearing you, and you have such flexibility to learn Spanish, so no problem. I'm going to set my watch. I don't want to use more time, 20 minutes you told me. I'm glad that you said that, because I'm going to talk, Kostas is not listening to me, but I like you to say that before I started, because I'm going to say something about me besides what is the affiliation that I will tell you later, but I like people to know each other, not just for the things that you do at the university, but because of the things that you have around. It's very important to know each other, and it's very important to break the barriers between the countries and the people. I'm going to examine them at the end, because they are talking and talking and talking, and they are not paying attention. They both are. Okay. No, I'm going to make an exam at the end, so they are going to fail. No problem. First things that I would like to tell you, you are not listening to me and you are going to fail the exam. Okay, you know the Spanish woman is here, so you are in trouble. Okay, I would like you to know that I'm Teresa Clement. Actually, I'm Maria Teresa Clement Santa Maria, and I avoid the Maria because all the Spanish girls are, as women are Maria something. Okay, and I have a second last name that comes from my mother. We all Spaniards have the first last name that comes from our father and the second last name that comes from our mother. And I don't know that if in that country that happens as well. Maybe in Portugal, no, not in other country. So I'm glad that it happens in Spain. And that we, when get married, we don't change our last name. We are born with Clement. I was born with Clement, and I will die with Clement. So they don't change it in here? Okay. Okay. So I have two kids, Andrea and Roberto. Whoops, what happened? And Andrea had, something is wrong with this because I'm doing this and something is wrong. Okay, never mind. You see Alex there. It doesn't matter. It's the new person coming to the family. I tried it first, but it was fine.
It works.
No, but I wanted the pointer. I wanted the pointer. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. No worries, no worries. The problem is that I didn't want to go so far. I want to go back. I'm making spoilers. So, come on. I was in here telling you that besides teaching classes at the faculties of pharmacy and chemistry, I have other tasks like outreach. I don't know if you have heard about the word outreach. That means showing what we do to others for them to collect them, to make this like a fish, because we do it for secondary schools, for students that are in high school, and we show what we do in our faculty. And I have a group of theater as well, chemistry theater, and you are welcome to come because you will do it perfectly. I want people doing like that and vocalizing and projecting. So you are, I'm going to hire you. And I have a hobby which is singing a choir, so I'm very happy of singing there. So we can chat about this if you want in our farewell dinner. Okay? So this is my city, Valencia. We are a Mediterranean city, far from here, so close, and all the dirty that is in here is the same in there. We see the same plastics. We share that, the fishes and the plastics. We are famous because of our chicken and rabbit paella. I don't know if you have heard about that. And if you can, please don't ask for the fish paella, because the original one is the chicken and rabbit and rabbit. We love rabbit. En la Albufera. Hombre, este chico ha estado en Valencia. Very good. Okay, and you enjoy it. Okay, good. This is my university. It's 500 years old, and every year when we start the course, the academic course, we gather together all the ones who wants to dress in that, and the colors means that they are from different faculties. Blue, chemistry, and philosophy, whatever. I don't know if that happens in your universities, if they dress like that and go and sing the Gaudeamus Sigitur. This is my campus. The university has 3 campuses. It's a public university, and I'm glad that we have now this view, because before this used to be a parking lot with a lot of cars. So now it's nicer. I'm at the department of this long name, Department of Preventive Medicine, Public, blah, 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 but I am in the area of nutrition and bromatology, food science. I don't know if you know, you as Greek know bromato? Yes, but the others, do you know bromato? No, not the others. Bromato, no?
I don't know.
Food. Bromato? Food. No? The science of the food. Bromatology. Really? I came to Greece to teach Greek man, what is bromato? Oh, I'm so glad. Okay. So this department belongs to the Faculty of Pharmacy, and we teach in 5 degrees, which are, I don't know if it's too small, but I will tell you, food science and technology, human nutrition and dietetics, pharmacy, the double grade, pharmacy and nutrition, and the last one, the queen of the king of the kings, the queen of the queen, I don't know, gastronomy, because we have a lot of master chef programs and a lot of chefs, and we have to teach them not only to do by hands, but thinking what they are doing in the process of cooking or making food or touching the food. So a new degree there. And this is why I'm here, to present you, to introduce you, the InnoFood Chem with 2 co-workers, Yelko Rodriguez Carrasco and Guadalupe Garcia Yatas are my co-workers, and we are in a program that we are in a consolidation of educational innovation actions in the subject of food chemistry. And what's that? Sounds quite rare. In our university, every year they issue some projects that you have to apply, and then they review, the referees review what you have said that you want to do that year, to encourage us to do things that we have been always doing with the students. But now they say, very good, good, continue, continue. At least they appreciate what we are doing. And I'm going to tell you what we have been doing. There are some projects that they rejected, and it's for the whole university. It doesn't matter if you are in the philosophy or in history or in chemistry or pharmacy. For all the departments, you apply and you ask for money, some money, and you say, in this year, with the students, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And at the end, you have to say, I have done this, and this. So, we are, I don't want to touch, but this is we finally, after 4 years, got this award, which is, we are in a consolidated group. You have to be 4 courses together, the 3 of us, no fights, and presenting projects. We started in the course 2021 with this name adaptation of food chemistry laboratories activities to virtual teaching. What was that? To record some videos and provide it to the students. That was our first project. Second year, we did the flip it and collaborated learning in laboratories, but something called Pecha Kucha. Have you heard about the Pecha Kucha? No, I will tell you later what is that. Then we did that in the theory classes, the same that we have been doing in the laboratories, and then at the end, we are using the social media to encourage the students to do the work that we are asking them to do. And we are using Instagram. So here you will see the activity and then what we have been doing. And the theory lessons has been implemented later, but I started with that because I want you to see that we started with the Kahoot. I think everybody has used the Kahoot in their classes, and we ended up in Instagram. Well, nice progress, and in the middle we used YouTube. I will show you the videos that we have been making. And what we have been doing is combining now I'm from Ireland and I'm from Portugal. Do you remember that you said, is your co-workers yesterday, they don't want to do it, the students complain because we are making them working too hard and they want you to teach the class, and the flipped classes, they don't like it. We make a combination. We do the master class, we teach on the blackboard, but we make them participate with some flipped classes and gaming as well. So it seems that it works. Not white, not black, in the middle, the grays. Or the resolution of problems, the problem-based class as well. And in the practical sessions, tutorials and seminars, we are using them the same. We use the ED puzzle. Have you heard about the ED puzzle? It's just to have a video, but with some questions. And the student has to answer the question before you can go forward. If you don't answer, you cannot see the next step in that video. It works to make them put attention of what they have been seeing. We use Brainscape as well. It's like a self-assessment knowledge, autonomous learning. It's a combination of everything. Brainscape. No? Brainscape is like flashcards where, well, this is all the videos that we have in YouTube with all the practicals that we do in food chemistry for 2 degrees, food chemistry for technology and nutrition and dietetics. So it's in Spanish, but you can see that is food additives, for example, or lactose, milky, dairy products, whatever. And the Brainscape are flashcards where you ask a question and they don't have the answer, but they can go to the book or whatever and find the answer, write it, and they will have some punctuation. If they fail, nothing is similar, then it's a 1. You can try it again. You can try it until you get the blue one, or you can just flip it and say, okay, quit, I'm going to see the answer. And you can have it before for your exams. You can review all the questions and all the answer, and it's like when you were studying, you didn't have a paper card, and then you wrote, and then you were like this. It's the same, but in digital, Brainscape.
During the exams, you mean?
No. Chuleta, we call that chuleta. No, the pechacucha, that was the next step. We asked them to do pechacuchas, and I was like, what's that? It's 20 transparencies in 20 minutes. You have to summarize what you have been doing 20 times 20 seconds per each. That means that you have to record in a PowerPoint. You have the possibilities to record, and they send it to me, and I have to watch it first to see, well, you didn't understand anything. Review this. Oh, perfect, you did it perfect. It's like making them work with something that you have done before, but they like summarize in a nice way per practical, for example. And we have here some examples. And the last one was the Instagram. Now they have to do an infografía first. They have to summarize, like to make a post in Instagram. We open an account of food idea at ub.es, and they have to post it there. But we control first, and we the teachers, are the ones who post it after we check it, because sometimes it's like, this person didn't understand anything, or they mix it. So at the end, the exam, this is my last one, I think. It's a combination of the continuous learning, formative evaluation, but alone. They have immediately feedback because we use the Moodle for test. I like to put test in there, and they like to do the test because they know if they have failed immediately because they have the feedback. Even though they have a regular exam and it counts 60% of the total. There is 140% and 60%, and I think the combination makes that we have a satisfaction. This is made in 238 students of second level of these 2 degrees. And always we have somebody who is angry because we made him or her working too hard, but at least we have the satisfaction that 60% says that they enjoy it, they learning. There is a lot of questions, there is a questionnaire, and we are glad to do that because we know that they like it, they learn, and I notice that they learn it. So that is the main point, the important thing. And I think now 2 minutes for questions. Thank you very much for your attention. Nobody.
After 20 years, I started teaching in the primary education in 1999. Then I continued to the secondary education for 12 years. And now I'm in the 3rd cycle of education in university. And I still admire all those people who spend all this time in order to create this. But in the matter of, not of satisfaction, in a matter of knowledge, have you seen that, of course, it's it's a way of increasing the interest of your student in the learning process, but do you have seen better results in their knowledge after the end of this very tired work that you have done?
Okay. That is the key point. As I don't have the same student before and after, I cannot compare. Do you mean that if they fail less in the exams? I don't know if it is because of all of this or because I am stubborn to make them know how to calculate the concentrations, to do dilutions, to understand how to go back once you have the dilution is my main concern. I have attended to so many courses with innovation, and after all these courses, my main concern is, but how can I make them understand how to understand moles, molar, how to dilute, how to work with a measuring cylinder. So really, I don't know if, I know that they learn, that they are doing better because you are like pushing them. That's for sure. No?
In the same field, can one teacher with about 60 students in his class to afford all this work in one semester, or you need some people to assist you?
No, I do it by myself. It's a lot of work. Sometimes I say, I'm going to do it as always. What it helps me a lot is to have the videos, because you once recorded, they have it. That is nice. I really recommend you to record what you are going to see, at least in my field, which is going to the laboratory, because they know first what they are going to do, and if they forget, they can refresh their mind. What did I do? Okay, that's nice. What I like the best is to have tests online in the virtual aula with Moodle, because once you do the effort, every year you may change one question. Oh, this word I don't like. I introduce more things. You can build your building like a stairs, step by step. You make a lot of effort, but it's rewarding, and I think they appreciate, and I think they learn more, and I think the results are better. Yes.
And you repeat it every year, and you make it richer.
Richer,
year by year,
exactly.
Year by year.
Exactly. I don't know if somebody here uses a test in virtual aula. That I think is the best way not to start to change just to do the blackboard and boring classes or whatever, or repeating again the same in the lab, that you have to repeat it, but at least they have it there to use it when they want it. No?
I admire it. I'm still one of the professors using tutoring very much, and I'm not proud about it, and I try to change myself. I cannot, still I cannot. But this is a very exciting way of an educational process. Everyone, has anyone of you any question?
Kostas.
I have a question. But first of all, I would like to answer to your question or make, my personal statement on this. I think that sometimes, of course, the results count always. But sometimes we should check the process, because the process will lead to good results. So the process that is following, it's very nice, because a part of the effort of the teacher part, which is a professional, and we should pay an effort, it is like I think if I understood well, she is placing the students to create by themselves. So they are building by themselves their knowledge. They assess by themselves their understanding. Because this is a continuous loop. It's like agile methodology, small loops, feedback, correct, and I'm pretty sure that, the second or the third video are perfect. So it is only, the first two, and then, the thing is getting smoother and they are learning by themselves. In the States now, the professor is not teaching. He is placing, or she is placing, in order to be politically correct, or he is placing, the students to build their notes. So they are coming to the classroom and they say to them, what do you expect from this classroom? And in every lecture, the students, they prepare the lecture notes. And then the professor provides the feedback. So, and the correct way in order to assess is not the result, the process. The correct way to see the whole process is like how much do they enjoy. And I would like to ask you, how many of your colleagues, they follow the same approach?
No, it's, I think most of them.
So this
it's
is
like
everybody,
maybe at the beginning everybody was like reticent, but now it's more and more people getting in this way. There are a lot of complainings, of course, but then you realize, listen, now I remember something. When you tell them to come here and make a presentation, for example, I do that in nutritional therapy. I have another theoretical one in English, because we have one in pharmacy. We have a special group that it makes all the degree in English, and I have one subject in English. And as a seminar, they have to come here and make a presentation. And listen, it's very rewarding to see your students coming here and speaking better than you do, that you are like, oh my gosh, explaining to you things that you say, they are explaining that better than me, and having made the effort of doing that presentation, I'm sure that they have been reading, doing things and learning more than listening to me, a boring class. Well, my classes are not boring because I'm like, yeah, and they are you watching the WhatsApp? Sorry, no.
Yes,
but I make them to do things to, come on, hurry up, do it by yourself. You are learning more than listen to me, that you are going to forget it once you go to the cafeteria with your friends to talk. So that is the main point in here, I think, is what I want.
This is a priority of the European Commission right now, student-centered pedagogy. This is like a part of the technology.
It's a good practice, for sure.
No, it's not a good practice, it's the best one. I mean, they should learn, they should be engaged in learning. There is no other alternative, otherwise they don't learn.
Bologna started like that. Maybe we didn't understand what is Bologna, but it should be like this.
Can I ask you a very... I think that he asked a more important question, but I have also another, more technical question. These tools, ED, Puzzle, and Brainscape are free software?
Yes.
Are they free
You
software?
put, yes,
Okay.
ED Puzzle actually we have in the platform of Moodle in our university.
Okay.
ED Puzzle. Brainscape, I'm not sure, but there is a free version. I'm sure that there is a free.
And this Pecha Kucha method,
Kucha just
it
makes...
is something that you have discovered or exists? If I go to the bibliography...
It exists,
Exactly. Thank you,
Pechacucha. I was surprised. Pechacucha, who invented that? There are words for everything. You do a PowerPoint, put 20 transparencies, and make a video recording 20 seconds per transparency, and you have made a Pechacucha, and you didn't know it.
Okay, thank you.
Imagine. It's
Thank you.
so fun.
And well done.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No. If you, yes, I was impressed because I've seen a lot of work. It's a good practice for us, especially for me. As I told you, I still believe that the tutoring is my best way of thinking. Even I'm not proud about it. We have to change our methods in order to see better results.
Happy people. Happy people.
I don't know. I'm just wondering, Mr. Petris, and I will ask all the others, especially my age and older, how we learn when we're students in a so worst condition without any performance of our professors. There were some old people coming into the class, and we made it.
Yeah,
we must effort more and more, and sometimes we cannot see the results that we expect.
There is a very nice article in the last, and I strongly propose to you, if you are an educator and you work in the university, to be registered. Of course, it has a small fee. The Chronicle newspaper about the higher education. It's like a Boston-based online magazine that speaks about education and higher education.
Put it in the WhatsApp.
Yes, I will place it. And you know, the last version yesterday I was reading in my iPad. They spoke that the US universities, even the big ones, they start to wonder what is going wrong, and they cannot find motivated research students. So this is a problem that has a challenge, you know, even Harvard. So they have discovered that we pay a lot of attention, and there are quantitative, you know, key performance indicators about research. There is a lot of money about research. Research plays the most important role right now for our promotion.
Yes.
But on the other hand, the universities are there for students. And students, let's say. And students.
Exactly.
And no one trains us, or no one pays an attention in order to introduce key performance indicators for the teaching performance. And not only our teaching performance, but also our teacher how to teach. For example, there are no teaching, you know, academies within the university, or in the majority of the universities. There are no criteria. If I would like to become a professor, you know, who is measuring my teaching performance? So I think that now the game is starting to change. A lot of priorities from Brussels and the European Commission are coming for the teaching performance and the teaching training. We have a very nice discussion, not only how do you teach, but how the amphitheaters are setting up, how the lecture rooms are setting up.
I agree with that.
So this is changing, because now we cannot find motivated students. Not good students, we can find excellent students, but the excellent students, we can find students that they are waiting for instructions. So if I'm away from my laboratory, I will say to my research students, you should do this. He's going to do it, but then he's going to wait for me like this. This is not motivated. These are not scientists. The scientists should take the initiative, and they should do, you know, the research by themselves. And this is a problem that comes on the way, how do we teach? If we still teaching by blah, 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 okay, that's it. Who is going to learn them how to take initiatives, or how to learn? So this is probably one of the ways. We heard, you know, before, the lady from Ireland, problem-based learning and learning by data-based pedagogies. You know, there are new ways that I think.
If not, the universities are going to die, because we have everything online. So if we don't make the effort of do better, or make them do it, if you don't click them, you are going to lose. And first, I propose here that everyone should have another teacher there to see what you are doing and to improve or correct you. Say, listen, you didn't say that. Because if you have a coworker here, you are going to pay attention of what you are saying and how you do it. If it is but the old ones, they don't want it. The old ones, some of them.
All of us, our ego at the beginning, will not allow any comment, but this is
We should have it.
You should have it. And the best way is to record your lecture.
Oh, yeah, there is a lot of recordings, but then it's like plastic. I don't like it. And another thing, have you heard about a professor being fired because of the classes?
He should be fired because of the classes.
In here?
No, I don't know. Here, no.
We should be fired, but nobody is fired, mainly in the public university that you pass the exam and you are forever there, and it doesn't matter unless you kill 5 people or 10. If not, you are there forever. It's like my place. It doesn't matter how you do it. So,
can I?
easy question, please.
It's actually mostly a comment, not a question. But I think there is.
Where are you from?
Armenia, the
Armenia.
American University in Armenia. But I think there is with the Industry 4.0, there is still limited understanding of realization that. It's mostly about people learning during their job, because we thought that we will learn and then we will do the job, but it's now becoming learning your all time you are in the job until you go for your pension or something. And that's, if previously you could have some skills and then use them to produce something, now you need to learn all the time what you want to produce, because it's mostly about now collaboration. If we're talking about the future, innovation is happening everywhere, and so it's extremely important how you put that into the process, because imagine you have kids starting from very young age, coming to the classroom, sitting and doing that 10, 12 years, then 4 more years or 6 more years, coming waiting for instruction, somebody to instruct them to do. What would you expect these kids to go out and do in their job?
Waiting for somebody to give them the instructions.
Instruction.
Exactly, you're right.
Yeah, and that's the major transformation, I think, that is very hard to explain to teachers, to professors, that the way we do, the actions that we see them in this very simple, visible process, that's how their careers are going to be impacted. They are going to do the same thing for a long time until they realize that they have also the power to initiate something and do on their own, not just listen for instruction. That was just a comment, and that was very interesting.
A nice comment, actually, and thank you, because it's time-consuming, but it doesn't matter the matter that you are in your hands. It doesn't matter. The learning, they will have it later. You will decide what you want to learn, but at least provide this student with the capacity to think by themselves. The first thing that I say when I enter in my class of nutrition therapy, I say, don't believe anything that I say. Don't believe anything. Please think by yourself. Go and check if I said a lie. Because we need people who can think. No, if we need a person who go to the chain to do this the whole time in the chain, or to do this, we don't need the university for that. So we need people who has their own ability to not to be like sheep, everybody going after the others. So thank you. Any other question? No?
Yes. I couldn't believe that the presentation will be the reason for a philosophical issue. So that everywhere in Europe, and I think all over the world we have the same issue to face and the same problematic all over the world. So thank you very much for your for this because we were the reason for start. Now we have a short break of 5 minutes, 10 minutes, was more, in order to hear the next session. Thank you very much, Mr. Petrides, to give me the opportunity to be a moderator in very exciting part. Okay.
So now, I think that we are going to
Hello. Shall we make a start with our next speech? Yeah? So I would like to introduce you to Professor Zafiropoulos, who is a professor of applied physics in our department, with many, many years of experience in body composition, and is the lead as well of a very impressive human composition lab in Heraklion. So we are looking forward listening to the need of human composition measurements in dietetics. Ναι. Στο YouTube.
Ωραία. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Θα ήθελα να πω δύο λόγια πριν ξεκινήσω. Sorry, we are talking in English. Sorry, okay. Thank you very much for the introduction, Theodora. I would like to start by giving to you my background so you understand more or less why this subject has been brought to a department of nutrition and dietetics, which is not actually common. This specific laboratory and specific course is not common. So it's also something that you, in going back to your departments, I don't know how many of you are close to our subject, but you can communicate with your colleagues in your departments and try to understand why this subject, I hope that it will show you how important it is. It's not a subject to the other departments in nutrition and dietetics. Not in Greece, not in Europe, as far as I know. In US only, years ago, about 20 years ago, Vermont University had a course, and then for some reason, in 2-3 years, stopped. So as far as I know, and I have searched the internet and in other ways, this specific subject that I'm going to talk now to you is taught not as a course and as a laboratory, but it is taught as a part, let's say, of a course of how you say, assessment. How is the course we're having the assessment of nutritional assessment? Okay, so it's one or two classes during these courses, and also in the labs usually there is a black box which is some method that the people know how to press the button and get a number back and a report back without having how to say, not trying to understand how this number came about, and most of them don't try even to see if it's logical, such a number or not. Okay, but I'm confident I will show you that it's worthwhile to have a course like that. So starting, it's not like a course, okay, but I have to say some things in more basic level. And the good thing is that all of you know the BMI, body mass index. More or less, everyone has applied it to himself or herself. And so it's a subject that's not far away from what you already know, okay? So the correct definition of obesity is the excess body fat, not the excess of body weight, okay? And the reason we're doing it now, and the most of us, and the most of the other people, using the weight. I will show you immediately why this happens. So it's very, very clear that's, that this excess of body fat. So imagine now this situation. Both of these people have a BMI of 31 kilograms per square meters. And imagine that I don't say this is possible, but imagine this may happen, to go to the office of the dietitian, and the dietitian, because he or she is tired of the whole day, she's not feeling very well, his or her mind is full of the stuff that she had all day, does not make any other thought when she sees or he sees this BMI, and then he may say to the person, look, you have to lose weight. This is possible, and as far as I know, it has happened in the past. Imagine now this dietitian, what is his future or her future if this is known to the other people, if her client goes outside and says these things, he will probably lose all or half of, let's say, of her clients. Now, around 2005, 2004 and 2005, there were two books came. The first books, actually, there was one other book by Lohmann in the 92, with the principles of measuring body composition, which means fat, water, minerals, and so on. And in 2004, there was the first table with the limits of depending on the age and the gender, the acceptable limits for having someone, let's say, in the normal regime, which means the corresponding for someone that has a BMI between 18.5 and 25. If someone has, let's say, 22, 23 kilograms per square square meter, we can generally consider that and say that, you are normal, but this is not true when we look at the percent body fat, which means fat over body mass times 100. For example, we see that there are some upper limits in women which go to 35%, 38% in some median age, and then 35 again. And for the men, it's about 10 units lower. You see the upper limits. 22, 25, 23. And if we look at this diagram, we will understand several things. One thing we understand, for example, is why the difference between men and women is about 10% in body fat. Look, this diagram. This diagram these are taken having many people measured with an accurate method of body fat, and of course, measuring body mass and height, we measure the BMI. So each point corresponds to one person. We have the women on top and the men on the bottom. Here, this is something that we have found in our lab, and I have plotted only the women. Of course, we have done as many men, almost. And we see that It's almost the same if we look at the numbers. And what this diagram tells me is that, sorry, maybe this is better. Okay. It tells us that, that look, if we take the best fit between the points, then the points, which means the people that are close to the line, follow the rule that I said earlier, that the BMI shows their condition. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So imagine, for example, some woman that has a BMI of 30, which is the limit between overweight and obesity. If we see what is the mean for the population of women, okay? The mean percent body fat, it's 40. The table I showed you earlier, it was 41. Okay? The difference between 40 and 41 is because we have many ages. The table came out looking at a certain age, which is actually mostly young people, college people, and not so many people, let's say after 60, 65. That's one reason. Another reason is that it has to do with the nationality. Okay, for example, we know that in US, the percent body fat is higher than UK. Many surveys shows that. Okay, so there are many other, I can tell you more reasons why things change from place to place, or from time to time, or from age to age, and so on. But in general, this situation is more or less a rule. Okay, applies to everybody. Also, the nationality is important. Okay, very important. For example, the Asian people, the European people have some changes and so on. The points that are away from or below from this line show cases that are not following the rule, and I can show you immediately after that two or three examples. People that deviate from this rule. And of course, here that are also men, you see that these 10 units, and we can understand from these 10 different, for example, someone who is, let's say we have a woman and a man with a BMI, let's say, of 22 kilograms per meter square. Okay, if you look, the difference between the percentage of body fat is about 10%. This 10% is being used by some researchers in US when the instrument of near IR interactance, which is one of the instruments that's not very common here, but there is someone who sells it also in Germany, tried to use it, and they had to make an equation, okay, and converting some data that have to do with the absorption of the near IR light, if you put it here, the biceps. And this equation has inside the 10-point-something number. Why? Because they measure also weight and height, and then they correct. So they find this line. So someone who is measured, they initially say, okay, he is on the line, so he has a corresponding percent body fat, let's say of 25, 26, 35, whatever percent. And then they correct by the absorption, sending the point up or down. This is the way this instrument works. So I'm just going to say that these curves are very, very important because you can explain many, many things. more than what I say now. If there is a question, I can answer it later. So one extreme case, let's say it's not so extreme, there are more extreme cases here you see, but I just chose a moderate extreme case. Here we see that the BMI is overweight, showing overweight, while the percent body fat shows above 41 obesity. Okay, so this certainly is a case that is going to be missed by someone that looks only into BMI. And not only that, but by combining these two things, we can say that this woman has decreased muscular mass because he has a total mass in the overweight, okay, but the mass is fat and fat-free mass. So since the total is low compared to the fat, means that the muscular mass is behind. Another case, which is the opposite direction, okay, shows that we have normal number. Okay, it's close to the limit of overweight, but someone who takes it empirically, okay, it's below 24.99, so it is normal. Okay, and we see that the body fat percent is 25, which is on the limit between normal and below normal, let's say. Okay, so this shows apparently that this woman is muscular, and indeed this woman told us when she came into the lab that she's going every day into the gym, and she does also some sports and so on. Okay. Also, there is a sarcopenic obesity, which is another important thing, because we have cases where the BMI now is entirely normal, let's say 21, 22. Okay, so imagine this woman having, let's say, a percent body fat, which is, let's say, close to the limit between normal and overweight, or even higher between overweight and obesity. Now, the question is how often the BMI by itself fails to a correct, let's say, assessment. Okay? There are a lot of papers in the literature, depending on the again, as I said, on the different conditions and on the continent. Okay, the percent is around between 30 and 48, something like that. Okay, so this is a very, very high, I think. Even if it was, if it were not such high percent, even if it were, let's say, 20%, 1 out of the 5 people, we will miss for a correct assessment. Okay, what happens in children now? In children, the situation is even worse, because we have lines, we have tables, depending on the age of the child, we assess the limits and so on. Okay, but again, the same thing. It's even worse, but you can understand, because at least in adults we have certain numbers. Okay, here we have tables with numbers. So we have, let's say, imagine this is the limit between normal and overweight, and this is the limit between overweight and obesity. Okay? And why it's worse here? Because the children do not follow exactly the same growth. You can have, let's say, a boy, 13 years old, which is still short. Okay, this boy will become 185, 190 one day, but now it's short. And at the same time, you have a boy the same age, 180. We see that in our children, school, let's say, and so on. Okay, so imagine now if we go strictly by age, you miss everything. Every detail, it's missed. And here there is another problem, which is addressed here. What happens if we want to see what happens in an intervention? So if we have the ability to measure, let's say, the children in a school before and after an intervention, and the time between, let's say, it's 3, 4, 5, 6 months, 1 year, what will happen if we measure the BMI? Can we address the results? Can we assess the results? No, the answer is no, because during this time, the child has grown and the BMI limits are different. And we don't know if this child follows a normal growth, which has to do with normal intake, normal activities. So if her activities during this period have changed, or the diet has changed, then we don't go as the red arrows show, but we go either like that, or on top. Let's say if the child starts at the age of 40, let's say of 15, to read in order to get good grades to enter into the university, okay, and the child stops all the activities, then we will have a direction of the arrow that goes from here to here. Okay. Okay, I think I don't have much time to explain everything. So, but if you have questions at the end, I can explain.
You have another like 9 minutes for the presentation, and then we will have 10 minutes for the questions. So you have like less than 10 minutes.
Okay, go faster. There is limits for childs. You see the limits here are not strict as in adults, exactly because of the growth thing I said earlier. Now, in our lab, we have all these methods. We have developed such a lab. The most of these are in Heraklion, but we have also the ability to show you here in our lab some of these methods. The reason we have this lab in Heraklion is because there we have the ability to examine many people. It's a big city, so the volunteers coming every day. Okay, here it's much more difficult. So this has a problem. It creates a problem in let's say cases where, like for example, Mrs. Hadzaki, who is a candidate to PhD degree. Okay, we're going to. Okay, so Mrs. Hadzaki wanted to measure many people, more than 200 people. This was impossible here, so we had to make a lot of these instruments, like, for example, the underwater weighing, the boat pod, and the DEXA in Heraklion, but all the others we have here, so you can visit the laboratory. She will tell you at the end when you can do that. Now, there is no time to explain to you, but what the basic principles are. I just want to show you something here. We use models in order to find out, let's say, a percentage of body fat. We must follow some models. The simplest model is the two-compartment model. The two-compartment model uses one method. So if we have one method available, we can measure one thing. One thing is one part. The second part is by subtracting this one from the body mass. Okay? So if you think empirically like that, you can understand that there are 3 compartments models and 4 compartment models, and there are more, 5. Like, for example, if we have a method that splits the water into intracellular and extracellular, then the last case becomes 5 compartment one, which we are doing now, actually, in our laboratory. But why a model, let's say 4 compartment model is better than a simple method? I can explain to you. I think you understand it. Imagine the densitometry, which is the underwater weighing, okay, that measures the density. If we make the model that splits the fat from the fat-free mass, we know that the fat has a density of 0.9 grams per cubic centimeter, or kilogram per liter. And this is stable for all people, 0.9. Fat-free mass consists of other things. So if you have an average type of person, if you are close to the median, to the mean value of all the other things, then we know that the density is 1.1. So if we do a simple equation, we can, by measuring the density of the person, to say, he has 5% fat, 10% fat, 30, 40, 50% fat, okay? But imagine now that one basic thing that changes from person to person is the hydration. So the hydration, the average between people, between healthy people, is 73.2%, 73%. Imagine someone who is dehydrated. Okay, then the water will be less, let's say can be 70%, 68, 64, 65% of fat-free mass, meaning that since the water it has a density only of 1 or 0.99 something because of the temperature of the body, okay, then this means that the density of fat-free mass is not 1.1 anymore, but something else. So the equation that we used in order to find out the percentage of body fat using this one method fails. So if we measure the other things one by one, then we don't have a problem. So we can find out everything with an error less than 1%. Νομίζω ότι δεν ξεκινήσαμε, καθυστέρησα να ξεκινήσω. 5 λεπτά. Ωραία, να σταματήσω άμα είναι. Δεν είπα τίποτα. Okay, in any way, we have all the methods here. Underwater weighing and plethysmography is the same, it's densitometry. We use it usually both of them if we can in order to establish the density of the body, because something wrong may go with the one case. Also in cases where people that cannot go into the water, such as old people or very young childs, then we can use only the body pod. BIS, which is something like BIA, but much more advanced because we can find the water and the intracellular and the extracellular. DEXA, we have, of course, the RMR measurement using canopy or usual breathing outlet. We have pulmonary volumes that are necessary in order to apply the underwater weighing. because we have to calculate the air left in the lungs when the person goes into the water. And in order to do that, we need this measurement parallel with the underwater weighing. And we have also other methods that I cannot. Now I will give you two examples of good examples where the difference between BMI. Now the first example shows you the difference between BMI and percent body fat in practice, how you can see something with percent body fat. This is an intervention that was done from our lab, and we see that if we look at the BMIs before and after for girls and boys, they're actually the same. You don't see any difference. If you look at the percent body fat, you see before, after, before, after. This is the obese, overweight, normal. Okay, so you can see phenomena like a good intervention, how it works, but also you can see phenomena as seasonal effects in body composition. That is something that's not studied very well in terms of body composition. It studies well in terms of BMI, and this is a good area of research in the future. And the results also, if we get the statistical results, we can understand this difference I showed you very well. Another example, and I finish with that, is how you can utilize these measurements, not only the fat, body fat, but also the other things you find like water, intracellular, extracellular, protein, and so on. And this is the case of an intervention in kidney disease patients, okay, where they provided, this is done in collaboration with the group of Stylianou in the hospital of Krustalakis in the hospital of, how is we say it, the hospital, University Hospital, Heraklion, yes. Where they did some interventions using a new drug, and in parallel some other maybe dietetic interventions, and we look at the body composition, how it changes before the drug and the intervention after. We see here that this is the 6 first patients that we have looked into. The 4 out of the 6 go towards the normal hydration of fat-free matter. Okay, you see this blue line here is the normal. This is where we should be, all people. Okay, and we see that 4 out of 6 go to the proper direction. The protein now, we see that 5 of the 6 5 of the 6 patients increase their protein, which is very, very important in this kind of disease, because as we already know, I think that the kidney disease over the years decreases the protein. Why, I can explain to you if you like, but I don't have time now. Maybe as a question I can answer this. Okay, and I finish with our research team. Actually, we have all the professors in this department, and not only professors, all the staff in the department is a part of the laboratory, one thing or the other. I mean, someone is expert in something, someone in something else. So all of us are in this research. And I would like to show you the 2 PhD students that I have, and I would like to thank them because they have contributed a lot in this work. Okay, so now, Alkion, if you'd like to before the questions come, to say when they can come to visit our laboratory, which is in the basement of the next building. And you can see some of the instruments, and also you can measure yourself, whatever. Stand up, please.
So hello, welcome to CETIA. It's a great opportunity for us and for our students that you are here this week. And as Professor Zafiropoulos said, in our laboratory we have one in Heraklion and one here in CETIA. We have different methods to examine different body composition and energy consumption parameters. And we can measure at the same time for each individual different parameters. So if you have time and if you like, the next days, maybe today or on Thursday?
Today is, there is a bus, the last bus leaves at 4 o'clock.
Okay, so you
you can see the timetable over the next days, and maybe you can inform or let know Dr. Petridis, like that we will be available from 10 o'clock until 2 o'clock, for example, at the lab, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but please arrange this so that...
Yes, maybe...
inform us about it.
Yes.
Okay, and you can visit our laboratory and see some of our methods, and you can try, if you like, have a body composition analysis.
Yeah.
Yes, it's possible, yeah.
Okay, so what we will do, just a minute please, what we will do is like we have 5 minutes for question. Thank you very much, Professor Zafiropoulos. It's very interesting to see the application because not everyone in here is a nutritionist or a human composition expert. You are some technology people. We see the application of technologies in measuring human composition, and we will arrange with Professor Petridis to make an announcement, whoever is interested, over the next couple of days. Questions, please.
No, I just was saying I can stay longer today if you can do it, or you want to do it all together. Do you want to do it for all together? Because if I stay now, would you do it for me, or is yes? Thank you.
We will arrange another day.
For all?
Looking into the program carefully, see what gaps there are. Okay, and we'll announce a certain time within the next days. Certain day, certain time.
Alkioni, if someone is available after 4 o'clock and they don't have the barrier of buses, will you be available to take some measurements today?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
But please remember there's no bus afterwards.
No.
Okay, perfect. So please speak to Alkioni.
So are there any questions? Yes, please.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. Can I ask you which method you use for measuring of body composition? You use all of those methods, or for example one of those, and then you compare that to BMI?
Okay, very good point. I didn't have time to explain when we use 1, 2, 3. When we do research and we want to find out, like the last example I showed, exactly what happens, then we have to use 3, let's say, at least 3 in parallel, 3, 4, 2 times the densitometry, two methods, and BIS for water, intracellular and extracellular, okay, and DEXA for mineral. So we have the 5-compartment model. Now, in cases where you don't need to have such an accuracy, for example, you go to a school and you want to measure all the children that have a permission from their parents to be measured, okay? There you don't have time. You have to choose one method that will show you more or less the situation in terms of statistics. Okay, for example, there is a very good example in the past where they wanted to have such a quick method because they had found a paradox, which is called the medical paradox of kidney disease. What they had seen empirically was that if someone enters into the dialysis and he or she is fat, she lives more years than if someone enters and is thin. Okay, and this was something that needed to be examined. Okay, so they had, let's say, 5,000 people in US and different hospitals, and they needed one method. Okay, in this case, you cannot spend more than 1 minute for because these persons are very, very, their situation is very, very bad, okay? Even before dialysis or after dialysis, or between. Okay, so they used one method. And they found the quickest method, which had an error, but if you take 5,000 people, this error doesn't matter because you get the average and so on, p-values and so on. Okay.
Thank you.
We still have time for discussion because Dr. Tsikalakis told me that the bus leaves at 4:30, not 4 o'clock. I understand that 4 o'clock ends the session. Yeah, sorry about you. I said 4 o'clock and you said, yeah.
You said that there were 38% of failures in your research.
Sorry, I can't hear.
You said that there was 38% of failures in your research that
in our
body
research.
fat and BMI wasn't the same. Can you tell me which was the BMI of the person if it was, for example, obesity 35 or more, or 25, 26, 27,
okay.
where there was the biggest difference?
Okay. In our research, because it's done in Heraklion, and a lot of the volunteers are young people from the university or working at the university and so on, and most of them are athletic types. Okay. The most of the situations were situations where they had a big BMI, 26, 27, 30, and it was all muscles, so very, very low fat, percent fat, okay? But we have some situations where, for example, it was a gentleman, I remember, 70 years old, who was thin. Okay, if you would see and measure everything, you find it very good. Okay, but he had a lot of big percentage of body fat. Although he was thin, that was above the obesity limit. Apparently, this was a visceral fat because we measured also using the ViScan instrument that we have a lot of visceral fat. Okay. A situation like that is actually you save the person because you tell him, okay, go to a doctor, do some examinations and look yourself. Okay, and usually these people come back and thank us because we have saved them.
Okay, thank you very much. And,
is there any other question? So maybe I don't have the time the chance to speak to everyone from this point. So we would like to have collaborations with the corresponding department from your university. So if you like, if you think that we can collaborate somehow, come and find me today and tomorrow. I will be here. And I will leave on Thursday around early in the afternoon. So I will be available here. You can find me. We can talk, exchange emails and so on, and see what we can do collaborating with each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.